So I'm glad to have you here with me. Please do me a favor and click the share link and share it as much as you can, so I can bring to you some of the topics I have for you, which some of them are, of course, we just had the failed mountain race in Fako, Boya Fako, which did not end up well for La République du Cameroon. They thought they could defy what we had earlier stated, that this event was banned, but they went ahead, and what happened happened. So we will get some updates on that. And for the sake of information only, as we are prosecuting this war of independence, we have from time to time examined even ourselves and see those who are involved in this struggle, or those who say they are involved in this struggle, if they are actually involved in the struggle, or if they are conducting themselves in a manner that will help us to achieve our independence. So from time to time, we have to take a look at ourselves. And it is only for this reason that we will take a look at the ADF today and how they have conducted themselves on the ground, and to see if it is commensurate with a group that is actually fighting for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons. We will take a look at that. It won't take too long, but we'll do that. And we will also take a look at Sako Ikome Samuel again. For quite some time, we have been told that what they have there now, which they still call it a government, which is not a government, is more of an investment enterprise. And these accusations have come on time and time again, but they have said, oh, no, it's not true. We will bring you the evidence that this is actually an investment enterprise. We will bring you that evidence today. And you will see for yourself that these people, though they are claiming to be fighting for our independence, their primary motive is to make money for themselves. That is what it is. So we will take a look at that. And of course, we'll also take a look at, I know a lot of you have heard that some of our comrades have decided to leave the government for reasons best known to them, and at least one was terminated. So we will just take a look at that, and so that, and this again is not to paint anybody in a negative light, but just to make sure that the facts are set straight, so that when you hear anything out there, you should be able to differentiate fact from fiction. And it's only for that reason, and that reason only, that we will go there. And of course, as I mentioned, we will take a look at the mountain race. But before we do that, to give you the room to share the link, please, I would like to play for you a video which shows the state of affairs in La République du Cameroon and the mindset that the citizens of La République have, which makes it even more imperative that we make sure that we completely leave these people behind, because people with that kind of mentality can never see progress. So I would like for us to see a video of a car. It's supposed to be a campaign vehicle carrying officials of La République du Cameroon going somewhere in their country. And you see this car crossing through a river. There's no bridge, and it has the placard of "Pour Beer" on the vehicle. And guess what? People were standing there cheering and adoring and just showing their support and appreciation for the old tired Pour Beer. And then you ask yourself, if people can do this, can still find reason in their heart to appreciate someone who is passing through a river to come and visit them, a river without a bridge, then what future are they looking forward to? And that's the reason why I thought we should take a look at it. If we can play that video before I go ahead.
Them
Okay. All right. Okay. So as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, that's the picture I want you to see and to understand why when people are so mentally enslaved, when they are so mentally enslaved that even in this state of depravity, they still see reason to adore and praise Pobia. He's saying, J'aime Popo, I love Pobia. Oh, you love Pobia for what? For what? For this roadless place where you're living, where your car has to cross through a river to get to you, and you are praising Pobia for that? Why I thought I should bring this to you is because as long as we are tethered to the west with La République du Cameroon, I can assure you we will never see progress. Never. We will never see progress as long as we are tethered to the west with La République du Cameroon. As long as our luck is hinged together with that of La République du Cameroon, there is no hope of progress. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. It is misery for eternity. Especially when you look at the structure of their government right now, where you have a gang of occultists and rogues and thieves and murderers who are just waiting for Pobia to die so they can take over. Imagine if these people were to take over from Pobia. Their country is ruined. What I can say here is this. La République du Cameroon is so destroyed. Like a house whose foundation has completely collapsed. If you had to fix that country, you have to tear it down to the foundation and start afresh. That is what it takes to fix that country. That is how rotten that country is. If you have to fix it, you have to tear everything down to the foundation and start building from a new foundation up. Because that the foundation on which La République is built today is built on sandy soil. As the Bible says, a house that is built on sandy soil cannot stand. So La République, as it is right now, cannot stand. Now, I would like to bring in my guest so that we can start the discussion proper. I have with me Chairman Patrick will be joining me, as well as Honorable Sama Thomas. Chairman Patrick, are you there? Yes, yeah, I can see you. I can see you. If you can say a word to our viewers before we continue, please. Chairman Patrick, why don't you go first?
Oh, thank you so much, Comrade Mike. Thank you, Honorable Sama, for being on the show with me today. It's always an honor to talk to the Ambazonian people and to enlighten our people about why we are fighting and where we need to be to make sure we are moving towards the right direction. So again, it's an honor to be with you guys today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And to you, Honorable Sama Thomas. Honorable Sama Thomas.
Can you?
I can hear you. I hope we don't have any audio issues, but continue.
Okay. Greetings, my brother, and greetings. So we are telling viewers what they're on the ground, and everybody where they watch this show today. I be very, very grateful, Comrade Mike, for being with you for this show, for sharing my own opinion with Southern Cameroonians about the state of our struggle in regard to other sisters where they be engaged for the same struggle we all do for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We don't get a lot of time, so we'll get the ball rolling real quick. So, first topic, the ADF. We don't get the ADF where it's supposed to be we partner. The ADF is supposed to be our partner in this war of liberation. But we have had complaints after complaints after complaints about the performance or none thereof of the ADF. And we have had people, our citizens have cried from them. We have had our, even our ARFs cry, our genuine ARFs cry about atrocities against them from the ADF. We have even had some of our finest killed by the ADF. And I don't want this to seem as if it's something we are making up. There is a flyer here, which I would like if we can put that flyer up so Ambazonians can see. That was put up some time ago by the ADF calling for the murder of Commando, General Commando. And not long after that flyer was circulated, Commando was killed. There was even a ransom prize that went with that flyer. And they were calling for that anyone who will bring the head of Commando will be paid 10 million francs. That is what that flyer said. And it came from none other than Capo Daniel. Capo Daniel was the one that circulated that flyer. And it wasn't long before Commando died. And we know the contention that existed between Commando and EFAN at the time. So it is not surprising that after that incident, Commando fell. And till today, the circumstances under which Commando fell are still not very clear. But given the fact that this flyer was out there calling for anyone to bring his head, and that whoever will bring his head will get 10 million francs. That's the flyer right there. It was put up by Capo Daniel. And not long after that, General Commando was killed. I would like to read to you what is happening in Kurugwe, even today as we speak. What is happening in Kurugwe? We got this information. I will not be able to read all of it, but I just want to read a little bit of it so we understand. Good morning, Kemi. I wish to inform you that ADF under Ayaba have gone mad in Kugwe Batibo. Yesterday market was the Kugwe Batibo market day. They came and started beating people to give them money for their upkeep. Women 5,000, men 10,000. If I show your receipt, then you are free. A lot of people are suffering from injuries and others hospitalized because of the beatings. Again, the ADF have refused that the corpse of a grandmother, Ma Emilia, will not be buried until a huge sum of money is paid. Just because most of her children are abroad. They want to intimidate them and get some money. That is just to give you an idea of what is happening in Kugwe village as we speak. This is something that just came to us last night. So this is something that is happening to people on the ground from the ADF yet again. We have had time and time again where they are accused of committing such atrocities, not against La République, because we are yet to see where they have gone out to attack La République du Cameroon. Most of the time it's against our own very people. Our own people, the people they are supposed to protect. So, with that said, before even we proceed, Chairman Patrick, you happen to be from Momo, so I'm sure you have some knowledge of what I'm talking about. Can you enlighten Ambazonians on what is going on in Kugwe, and especially with regards to the activities of the ADF?
Thank you so much, Comrade Mike. Thank you to the Ambazonian people. It's a really difficult situation because before we even go forward, we have to ask the people of Mogamo why they choose to harbor the ADF in their territory. 2 years ago, we had meetings trying to see how we can work to get ADF out of that area. But the Mogamo people came back and said, we should not do that. They are going to take care of it. They are going to talk to the ADF, they are their children, and they gave us every promises. But up to today, the people are suffering, and that is not just an isolated incident, because what the ADF is doing, they are just trying to make sure the population is rising against the Ambazonian restoration forces. They are not doing that because they need the money. They have collected so much money in the city of Bamenda and the kidnapping of Madame Mundi and all those kind of people. And up to today, they have not used any of that money to do anything. So when we talk about ADF in Mogamo, the question is going to go back to the Mogamo people. Why are you colluding with the ADF? I heard audios from Jomba Akuro. When they had meetings with the ADF, they said they should even share. And when this set of people will collect the dues from the people, and then the next week, the set is going to collect dues from the people. And the question is, who are you fighting for? If you are going to be collecting dues from the same people that are supposed to be your cover in the area. So this is just leading us to understand that ADF is not fighting for this revolution. I had a chance to talk to Capo Daniel one time about certain things happening in Momo. And if you talk to that guy, sometimes I just sit back and laugh because he's maybe the most dumbest human being I've ever talked to. Because he's not smart. He thinks because he is running around in China, he thinks he's invisible. But unfortunately, he should understand that we are not in this war for grandstanding. We were tortured by La Republique. They declare war on us, and we are fighting to make sure our people are safe, not for ourselves. So what ADF is doing in Momo and in Bamenda, in the town of Bamenda, is just trying to make sure the people rise against the revolution and we don't succeed. And one other thing I would say, they have enriched themselves. Capo Daniel think he's invisible. I know some of his routes, how the ransom is being collected in Bamenda, and where the little brother who's involved in collecting some of that money, where he is right now. He was in Bamenda recently. He thinks they're invisible, but we see some of their actions. But at the end of the day, everybody is going to be judged for what they have done in this revolution. The day is going to come. They are not going to hide. We know everything. We see them. And we know the atrocity they are causing on our people and the delay they are putting on this revolution. So, Capo Daniel, you have my number. If you think, you can call me. I can still call you and talk to you. But if you guys don't change the direction of your actions in the Northwest and other parts of Ambazonia, it's not going to be easy. 10 years down the road, we're going to succeed, but everybody's going to be judged based on what they did on our people, because none of us is going to, we don't even want the positions back there. We just want to liberate our people. It's not about how much money you make.
It's not about money. And like you said, of Capo Daniel, thinking that just because he's in China, that the arms of justice cannot reach him. He should not be mistaken, because, like you said, it has been reported that it is Capo Daniel's junior brother who is the guy that picks up all the ransoms. Because each time somebody is kidnapped, either in Bamenda or the surrounding areas, the call goes to Capo Daniel. Even when Ayabacho is called, he directs you to call Capo Daniel. Capo Daniel is the main person at the center of all the kidnappings and ransom takings. The money goes through him. Ayabacha is smart enough not to be the person linked directly to it, so he's using Capo Daniel. So it's Capo Daniel's fingerprints that are all over the place as far as that is concerned. And the day of reckoning will come when he will have to account for what he is doing. He may think that he's safe there in China. No, he does leave China from time to time. And one day he will fall in the dragnet. So let them continue doing what they're doing. And then he calls himself the Tsar of anti-kidnapping. I said, are you kidding me? Anti-kidnapping. You should call yourself the kingpin of kidnapping and ransom taking. Honorable Sama Thomas, one other revelation that has come to us is that the problem you have with the ADF, where some boys get hooked with the ADF and are not able to leave, is because their recruitment policy is through a blood oath. That when you join the ADF, they make you take a blood oath, almost like a cult, or like what we call Nyongo, or secret society. So that when these boys have taken this blood oath and they go in there and they start seeing bad things being done, it becomes difficult for them to leave. And so they are hooked. Do you know anything about this blood oath that the ADF members are made to take?
No, for the issue of blood oath, I don't know about that. And I do not see how truthful that can be. What I know about oath taking is that when you join any society, like the SCNC was, if you join the SCNC or the Southern Cameroon struggle, from the days of Cam, there was what we call the pledge for the struggle, that everybody must take that pledge, which sounds like an oath. Even when we were in the Youth League in 1997, we took such a pledge as well to bond us all together. But there was never a thing like a blood oath.
Blood oath.
Maybe it has changed within the ranks and file of the ADF that they are doing such a thing, but I cannot say for certain if that is true.
Okay.
Beside that, what is, as my brother was saying, I've made a numerous or a number of audios calling AFAM out. There is nobody on the planet Earth that is bigger than the village.
Absolutely.
No matter how strong you are under the village. AFAM might have his day today, but one day, the same village that is terrorizing his own people, that is terrorizing, one day they will bring him down. For something one day happened in that village that he will not be able to do anything with it, he must go to that village. Yes. Maybe to the smallest person that he thinks he will never go on his knees in front of that person, he will go on his knees to beg for that person to do that thing for him, of it on that day all his crimes that is committed against the people of Kugwe and Batibo as a whole, he will pay for it. Ayaba will never leave Mankon to go down to Batibo and Kugwe to answer for AFA's crime. He will stand on that throne there, in front of the village, on that oath there, in front of that oracle there, in front of the village, and answer for his crimes. That day is coming. Let him continue listening to the Tsar of kidnapping, who is in Hong Kong, called Capo Daniel. He is coming from whom? And again, unless this information is not, I am informed that Capo Daniel, this should go to the AGF as well, for them to investigate the person they call their spokesperson. I am informed that Capo Daniel's mother is Yaoundé. That is the more reason you will hear Capo Daniel thanking President. Just 3 weeks ago, Capo Daniel was on air thanking President Paul Biya. That is not the first time. That is not the second time. That is not the third time. Any born Southern Cameroonian got nothing.
Yep.
Lineage, a bloodline with that sect in Yaoundé, you will never be able to appreciate anything that is coming out from that direction. Capo Daniel with Paul Biya's failed Canada talks, he went on air to that for accepting the part of negotiations. Where is that negotiation? Capo Daniel said,
where is it? I tell you, this guy is so limited in his thinking. I don't know if he has a brain at all, but he's just so not wise. I don't want to insult him. He's not very
comrade.
He's smart when it comes to kidnapping and ransom taking, but he's not very smart. Yeah, Chairman Patrick, you were about to say something.
Yes, I just want to give you guys some scenarios. Because every time people say the ADF is not fighting for Ambazonia, people always take it like a joke. I have very clear evidence of what they have been doing, like selling restoration forces to La Republique. And they know we had a great fighter in Momo Genesis. And during the 2018 presidential election, I think it was 2018 presidential election. This guy was under the Njikwa LGA, but the ADF for some reason had contact with him. They set him up, brought him to Bamenda. The guy that was killed under hospital runabout, and he was lying on the ground there for days. That was Genesis. That was a great fighter who was lured and sold in Bamenda. Secondly, there was another fighter called Commander Doctor. Just, I think it was last year or year before, he was also fighting in the Momo area. And for unknown reason, they sent him to go collect some ransom money at the food market in Bamenda. And Doctor got to that location and was killed by La Republique forces. How can this be a coincidence that every time the ADF start talking to somebody, they lure you to put you into a trap? Everybody saw it sometime last year when they said they were trying to get all the fighters into Kurugwe area, Batibo area, so that they can plan some major fighting in Mancon. But when all the fighters got to that area, that is when La Republique surrounded everybody and killed them. But the only person that always jumped out of this is Efan.
Efan always seems to get away. He always seems to be able to get away, but the others get killed. So how is it? How does that happen?
So that is how they have been helping La Republique to sell the Ambazonian fighters to La Republique. But I'll tell you, that is, we should all understand. If you've read Revolutions, even recently you saw even in Ukraine, the president of Ukraine was able to dismiss some generals who were also working for Russia, but they were Ukrainian generals who were in the front line. So we should just take it as enemy within the house. Whatever this, I have my mind. I believe in collaboration. I believe in bringing all the Ambazonians together, but ADF has never proven to me that these are people that we can work with. So we should just know, whatever collaboration we're trying to put together, you are bringing an enemy to the house, and we should deal with accordingly. They are not fighting for this revolution. Look at what they just did recently with the flyers with Nnamdi Kanu. If anybody within the ADF has any brain, you should be asking yourself, why would Nigeria help us or get any sympathy to the Ambazonian cause if Nnamdi Kanu, who is across the river, is working with the Ambazonian fighters to make sure?
Of course, and Riley said we have suffered a lot of seizure of our material after that incident, because Nigeria stepped up their security at the border, and they were clamping down on our areas when they go there to secure material because of what the ADF did.
The ADF is doing. Because what they would do is Nigeria will look at it like, okay, if Nnamdi Kanu helps you get your independence, it means you're going to be helping Nnamdi to separate.
Exactly. It's all a matter of alliances. If you are building an alliance with the wrong person.
So this is just a matter of, you listen to Nambere the other day. Some of what I learned from Nambere, he might have said some crazy stuff, but some of the things I learned from there was the communication within the ADF with La Republique. And I sit back every day and ask, what is Ayaba thinking? This is somebody that started fighting from the university, even from high school. And today you are trying to play these games to sell your own people.
It's all about it's all about the M word, money. It's all about money. Money, ego, self-aggrandizement. That is all what it is to Ayaba. He is not in this struggle for the Ambazonian people. Let me just put it that way.
No,
he's not in this struggle for the Ambazonian people. He is in it for himself. That's it. And all those around him, they know that. He does not care, because if you cared about the people, how can you go out, see a soldier who is actually giving his all and fighting for the struggle, and you take him out? It's not one, not two, not three. He has done that many times. A lot of our areas have fallen, not from the hands of the enemy, but from the hands of the ADF. And before I forget, it has also been brought to our attention that Capo Dana is actually married to an Nkunda woman. I think someone mentioned that to me, that he's actually married to.
I'm saying that his mother, I'm informed that his mother is from Yaoundé.
Okay, and the mother. Then you go.
There you married to an Nkunda, but the mother is from Yaoundé, so he's going back to his roots.
Okay. Now, because I was surprised, how can this guy leave all the women around here and go to marry a woman? So the mother is a Yaoundé woman, and that is why he is doing what he's doing to destroy our struggle. Huh? Now it's the dots are beginning to connect. The dots are beginning to connect. Huh? So Capo Dana is actually half Yaoundé and half Womb. Huh?
Yes.
So, one thing that La Republique has successfully done to Southern Cameroonians, from Foncha to everybody, is find a young girl in the Yaoundé clan so that they can get married to you, so that they can use that woman to make sure you do what they want.
Yes.
You all know about the Fumban. When they got to Fumban, they brought young girls and they were handing over young girls to Foncha and the rest, and they thought they were on top of the high horse.
They're living the life.
Look at the situation today. Atanganji, who was running around and they got him into Yaoundé, they gave him a young Yaoundé woman. He's married to a Yaoundé girl now. Secondly, the Prime Minister. This is somebody who went to Yaoundé with a wife.
Yes.
The Prime Minister now is married to a young Yaoundé woman. You saw Frundi dancing at the presidency or wherever it was with some Yaoundé women. They know how to trap them. That is why they say a woman is always at the middle of all this craziness with these people. But the reality is we have to focus on what we're doing. They are all going to fail because we are on course for the liberation of Ambazonia. That's simple.
Okay, I just thought that we should shine a light. Yeah, go ahead.
Salai's wife was Yaoundé. So the son who poses in the United States as a lawyer, the mother is Yaoundé. Anyway, let us progress, because I want to throw some more light, not to condemn the ADF, but to tell them their ills that they are doing in this struggle and the role they are playing in this struggle, which is not for the liberation of the southern Cameroons, but it's very, very detrimental for us to arrive Boya. If at all they want to reach Boya, they are not going to the direction of Boya if they do not stop all those malpractices that they are doing.
And to follow your point, Honorable Sama Thomas, when we say these things, it's not because we hate the ADF. We just wish they were doing the right thing for Ambazonia. If we saw Efan going out there and taking on the enemy, wouldn't we praise him? We will all praise him. But you can't sit there, you are not engaging the enemy, and you turn around and you're molesting our own very people. For what? That's not what the struggle is all about. And that's what we're talking about here. And Capodan is sitting there, we don't see them making any moves to liberate Ambazonia. All they're doing is just conducting their ransom taking, kidnappings, and all the like. That is what Daniel specializes in, ransom taking. I've asked many times what he does for a living. Even Ayabacho, what does Ayabacho do for a living? What is his job? What does he do to sustain himself? I would like for someone to tell me, what does Ayabacho do for a living? I need someone to tell me. What is his job? So they depend on this ransom and kidnapping money that is being that they collect all over the place. That's what we're talking about. So let's go to another person too that needs for us to focus on him. It's none other than Mr. The evangelist Sako Samuel. I don't know which name I should use. If he has so many aliases, I won't go there now. But it has come to our attention that Mr. Sako's insurance enterprise. We have the list. We have the list of the enterprise and those who are invested in it. And again, when we say this, when we bring these things to Ambazonian, it's to the Ambazonian people, is to make sure that you are properly informed of who you are following. If you are following Sako, you know who you are following. If you are following Ayaba, you know who you are following. Their motivations, their own intentions in this struggle. So that tomorrow you won't say, oh, if only someone had told us. If only someone had told me. It is only for this reason that we're bringing you this information. So we have the list of those who have been investing, because for quite some time we have said Sako was investing for a long time now in Bitcoins and in the insurance scheme. And I can tell you from first-hand experience that I was contacted. I was contacted to sign up for these investments, and I said no. I refused. When we were still under Sako, they reached out to me. They tried to convince me. We were in a Zoom meeting. They conducted a Zoom meeting. There was one white lady, and they came in there. We were trying to convince her. Frank Cheney was one of the organizers. And they tried to, I told them, no, that is not I don't like investing in something I'm not an expert in, that I know very little about. Tell me something about real estate, and I'll listen to you. But I will not go into insurance or Bitcoins. It sounds too abstract for me. I'm not going to sign up for that. So it's not from gossip. I was contacted by Sako himself, was in that meeting. But we have the list of those who signed up for it. We have the list of those who signed up for that insurance investment. And the list, I don't know if we can put the list up, but if not, I have some of the names here. I have some of the names here, but I think if we can put that list up for Ambazonians to see it, that would be great. I can read some of the names. I may not be able to read all of them, but I can read some names that are very, very familiar to you that you cannot miss. First name that I'll read to you is none other than Prince Chinje. He's one of the investors in the insurance scheme, and he had a balance in there that was in the tens of thousands. He had a balance in there that was in the tens of thousands. I don't know how he got his money. I will not read his own amount, but I will read that of one guy whose name was on the list, named Josh Caleb Jr. Ikome Samuel. I don't know if you, Chairman Patrick or Honorable Sama Thomas, if you recognize that name, Josh Caleb Jr., a Come Samuel. That his name is there, and he had as much as $39,000 against his name that he had invested. And this is the
that should be Sako's son. That must be Sako's son.
Okay. Josh Caleb Samuel. Yeah, that's Sako's son. You know, he always likes to put someone else's name. So that is the amount he had. He had in there 39,000 and some change in there invested. So we will discuss on how this money may have come about. Some other names on the list that you may remember, that you may recognize. There was Irengwa was on the list. Yes, Irengwa is on the list. There's Victorine Yangni was on the list. There is Dorothy Ngwa on the list. There is Tita. Well, let me see the other name. Emmanuel Tita. I'm sure you know who that is. That should be Dr. Tita. You know, I will not want to go through all of the names. I have the whole list here. I don't want to read all the names. There are even non-Ambazonians on the list as well. So I just want people to know this is not it's something I got from a reliable source. So, fellow Ambazonians, I just want you to know, because for so long we've been hearing that money was invested in this Bitcoin and insurance. I don't know what to call it. And initially they said, no, how can we invest in this? We are not invested in it. I have the evidence. This is the evidence here. I just read to you. If Ikome Samuel thinks that this information is not correct, let him come out and dispute it, and I will post it online for everyone to see. Yes. If he wants to dispute that this list that I've got is not authentic, let him challenge me, and I'll publish it. The only reason I don't want to publish it now because there are names of others who are not involved in it. I can make sure that I cover the names of the others and post the rest of the list so people can see it. So, Honorable Sama Thomas, we know that Ikome Samuel, before being chosen to lead the interim government, was really not working or was not doing anything much. From when he became the leader of the Southern Cameroons to this point, we don't know that he's been doing that he has any other job except for the salary that he's been paid. I think it was $3,000 a month. So the question is to you, why do you think Ikome Samuel got 39,000 and some change to invest in this business?
Oh, well, if you ask me, where do I think Ikome Samuel got 39,000 to invest in the business? We should first of all multiply this 39,000 by 4. If Samuel Ikome Sako is having 4 children, we multiply this 39,000 by 4, then you will know how much he must have invested in the Southern Cameroon.
And you are right, because this is only the insurance side of it. We don't have the one or the Bitcoin yet. We don't yet have the one for the Bitcoin. Yes.
So you find a guy that conceals every crime on its part, but brings in his wife to be taking his salary. The 3,000 that they were paying him was going to the wife. It was the wife's name that was there. Now there's an insurance scheme here in his son's name. What is the son doing? Is he a super skilled laborer in the United States that will have an insurance scheme of 9,000? Maybe. If that son is working, because to the best of my knowledge, that son is not working. So where is he having this money?
First of all, the thing is, you first of all have to ask, how old is his son? How old is his son? That's what you have to ask for. Yeah. How old is his son? His son, I don't think his son is that old to have that kind of investment. So it is normal. You know, as usual, Sako never links himself directly to these deals. He has always gone through Chinje. Frank, he's the one. Just like Capo Daniel has his brother picking up the ransom money. Sako has Frank Chinje being the one being the one picking up his own, doing the dirty work, and then he only sits behind and collects the money. So that at the end of the day, he comes out clean and the others get dirty. That is why others were picked up, and he wasn't picked up because he made sure his fingers were not, his fingerprints were not all over the place. So, Chairman Patrick, this is Sako Samuel, who for so long has said, "Oh, I never invested anything anywhere," but we've always known. We've always known. Like I said, I was contacted. I was put in a Zoom meeting, and they tried to convince me to sign up for this thing, and I turned it down. So I'm just speaking from first-hand knowledge. So what do you think about this this idea? Because there is no doubt in my mind that Ambazonia's money has been misused in this case. Because I don't see how else someone who came from a basement, all of a sudden he's investing so much money in
$1,000.
Look, Chairman Mike, you are not the only one that was contacted. I was also contacted, and they tried to cajole me by telling me, "Oh, Frank Chenwe is one of the top executives in the business, so I'm not going to lose my money." And it was one of the guys who hung out with Sako who called me and said, "Oh, you should invest." I told him, "No, I'm not going to do that." But the reality here is, if anybody, any Ambazonian is in his right senses, you should be looking at what politics is all about. Some politicians, they go into politics because they have insider information about things that they can invest in and make money. But that is for countries that are already established. We are fighting a war. We're trying to defend our people. We're trying to see that we regain our independence to the level that we can have businesses in Ambazonia that can flourish. But some people already had it in their minds that they were ministers, they were directors, they were this and that. They can start using Ambazonia for their own personal gain. That is why.
Well, you remember the famous oil deal transaction in London.
Yeah. So that is why you see some of these people
were already selling resources.
Yeah. So those are these people that are dying. You see them support Sako to the core, is because they had invested under Sako. They know their money is going to disappear. Their money is going to disappear if they go against Sako. They were not even thinking about Ambazonia. Their goal was to see how they can make money for themselves. Secondly, they were already looking at themselves as ministers, and they were giving money to Sako in the back. And I will ask, the question is, we talked about Lava Storm 1 and 2 and 3. There was some legal something, Ambazonia legal mine. When I go there and look at the contributions that were made, that they were trying to use the money to pay lawyers for the International Court of Justice. And up to today, even if they ended up, through Johnson came up and was showing an envelope that they sent out a DHL. Sending out a DHL to any part of this world is less than $200. And that is, where did the money go to? So they took the money, those of them up there decided to invest the money for themselves. And Ambazonia people are dying on the ground, and people still sit there and say, "Oh, Sako," they are just trying to protect their investments. Not
and to that point, the big thing I want Ambazonians to take from this thing is this: just like Ayaba has a way of enticing people, that's wrapping you so that once you get in, you cannot leave. Sako uses the investment to make sure that when you are now invested in this business, you cannot leave him, because by leaving him, you can lose your money. They can threaten you. You remember remember Emmanuel Emmanuel Tita went back. He went back to Sako, but we did not understand why. We did not understand why he did it. Probably because he was thinking about all the money, because Tita has quite some significant amount of money in there. Let me tell you, Tita has quite some money in there. He probably thought that if he were to stay out, that he may lose that money. And it is this thing, this investment, that has now, is now like the rope that is used to tie a goat. You cannot go beyond a certain circle. So this is what Sako used now to tie all these people that have, the names I've called. That's not all. There are many others. And all these people that are invested in this business are still with Sako because of this investment. If not of this investment, I can assure you that many of them would have left already. But they cannot, because that is the glue that is tying them to Sako now, because it's more of an investment enterprise, not a group fighting for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons. That is why I thought I should bring this. The main point I want to drive home. Yes.
Comrade Mike, I just want to, let me just chip in something here. Sako, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. He had some people, he was telling them how much, before this is all said and done, going to be living at Potomac. I think that is one of the high locations in the Washington, D.C. area. He said before he leaves America, he's going to buy a house in that area. That is where Obama and all these top politicians have homes. So I started asking myself, what was this guy thinking? How did he think he's going to afford maybe $3, $4, or $5 to $10 million to buy a home at Potomac? Those are the kind of that is the mentality this guy had.
Yes.
When I look at it, I ask myself, when is he thinking? Even if the Ambazonia revolution is over today, Sako knows that he's not going back to Ambazonia because, first of all, he has.
You saw the list there with all the amounts. Those are not small amounts. Yeah. Those are the investments that they have in there.
So much baggage. What he caused to some families back home, and all the kind of things he's done back there, he cannot step his foot back there. So they knows that he's not going anywhere. He's just going to entangle and get those who have the block minds to come around him and then do those investments, and he is making much money. He knows. So one thing, when I look at it, I even look at this, my people from Mogamo, who like from the Aringwa, the Dorotingwa, and all these people, they are hanging around Sako. They keep on coming up and say, we have raised $300,000, $500,000. But
from where?
Ayaba is terrorizing your relatives, holding them for ransom in your backyard.
And you are not doing anything about it.
Money? What are you doing with it?
Yes.
Instead of getting Ayaba away from the territory, you keep fraternizing with him, and then your people are there crying every day, sending out messages to say, oh, we're dying here, we're dying here. So they have made this an investment scheme, and those who want to keep hanging around him, it's their choice. That's why we're living in a free world. But they should not.
And that is why we thought it necessary to bring this information to light, because without this evidence being put out here, they will continue to say, oh, they are just making up stories. And what, if you notice, we have not paid attention. Our previous programming has not paid any attention to Sako and what they are doing. But why we decided to do this time is because they cannot stop bashing other people out there. They have used ABC for one thing and one thing only: to slander other Ambazonians, to give false accusations against other Ambazonians for propaganda and all that. And it's demoralizing our people. You see what they do there all the time is criticizing other Ambazonians, not criticizing those who are responsible for the killings of our people every day. ABC, every day, they are there bashing other fellow Ambazonians who are struggling to free our homeland. So I just wanted people to see what these people are sitting on. They are sitting on a pile of shit. And they are pretending as if they are squeaky clean. They are not. They are not. These are their investments you are seeing here. So when they come out tomorrow and say, oh, it's a lie, these are the figures. These figures are not made up. You can see the print here is the original paper on which these statements are presented for those who understand it. So we are not making anything up here. This is just information for Ambazonians to understand that what they are doing is wrong, especially when they keep using ABC as a propaganda outlet. It's more of a propaganda outlet. It's not out to enlighten the people, to uplift the people, to inform them and motivate them to continue persecuting this war of independence. They use it to slander other people for no reason. So let them deal with it a little bit. We have avoided talking about Sako Samuel for quite some time, but they will not stop. They will not stop. Every time they're calling other people's names, especially
Comrade Mike.
The
reason we avoid talking about Sako is that Sako is an inconsequential, if not inconsequential. Sako is not our enemy. He is not the people we set out for this struggle for.
Absolutely.
We set out for the Republic. And any Southern Cameroonian that thinks that he or she cannot be in this struggle, that Southern Cameroonian should think again. For he himself or herself is not in this struggle. If you want to join this struggle and you join this struggle because you want to follow Sama Thomas, then you've made a mistake.
Yes.
Try to emulate what you've seen Sama Thomas do. The passion Sama Thomas is having for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons is supposed to be what you will base your followership on. Because if Sama Thomas happens to leave tomorrow or he dies, you are still there because you have that same passion. But don't follow because you see Sama Thomas being part of the struggle. By the moment you allow the substance and you are chasing the shadow, like Sako, that if he does not lead, then to hell with the war struggle, you are a spoiler.
Yes, exactly. You've said it, Honorable Sama Thomas. And that is what I told someone who is a surrogate of Sako. I was trying to argue with me. I said, look, we are not the same. I was with Sako. I supported Sako. I fought against those who were saying that Sisiko should lead from behind jail. I fought them because I was following the truth. I thought that it was wrong for him to sit in jail and lead us. So I fought to protect Sako at the time. When Sako decided that, oh, I'm the Almighty, it is me to Boya, and I asked the question, so if it is you to Boya, what if it takes 30 years for us to get to Boya? Do you think that it should always be you? And they could not answer that question. And I said, no, I cannot continue to support someone with this kind of mentality. That is not what I was fighting for. And I left Sako, went to Marianta, and Marianta, after 6 months, said, I'm not standing for any elections. So I narrated all these things to this surrogate of Sako. And I said, so you can see now that I'm not following individuals. I'm following the truth. I'm following our laws, our constitution, what the Restoration Council says. That is what I follow. If you do the same, then you will not be doing what you are doing right now. And I told him that we are now serving under Comrade Chris Anu. If tomorrow he fumbles, rest assured that I will drop him. That's what I told him. If he fumbles tomorrow, I will drop him. Yeah. But they don't understand. Some people are in this struggle and they don't even understand what they are following. You don't follow individuals. Follow the structures of government. Follow the truth, and you will be fine. That's all they need to do. But there are some people who get attached to individuals, and they say, oh, it must be this person. What if that person is not doing the right thing? Must you stay with that person? Must you stay with that person?
Comrade Mike, one thing that has maybe, it might look like we are so divided, but the good thing about this division is the fact that La Republic that has been fond of bribing people, they don't know who to bribe now. They know if I bribe A, B, and C, or if I bribe A and C, B is still going to be fighting me. If I bribe D and the other one is still going to be fighting me. So this is a positive, but we have to be smart about how we use this to prosecute our revolution. Because if we had said Sakoti Boya, today we would have been sitting here and Sako is building mansion in La Republic. I will sit back and say, oh, we are going to Boya. And before you know it, 20 years down the road, we have not even reached anywhere close to Motengere. So we just have to understand that the collaboration that we're trying to put together, the unity of purpose that is coming up together is for the good of Ambazonia. It's not for the good of any individual. So whoever doesn't want to join, you are going to be a minority in the nearest future, because Ambazonia is moving forward and La Republic is running away from. They are so scared of this collaboration and they are going to be people running away.
You see, to close this topic, what I have to say is this. Like you rightly said, Chairman Patrick, the thing is this. My frustration with other leaders of the struggle is the lack of focus on the real enemy. Like the Eyabas we have talked about, like the Sakos. If all of us were focusing on the same army, say we are trying to bring down an elephant, right? We are trying to bring down an elephant. You are aiming at that elephant. I'm aiming at that elephant. You are shooting the head. I'm shooting the stomach. Honorable Thomas is shooting the whatever other part.
The legs.
We are trying to bring it down. You hold one part, I hold the other part, and we help to bring it down. But when you find comrades who, when they see you trying to aim at the animal you're trying to bring down, they are instead blocking your weapon.
They're aiming at you.
Or they are aiming at you instead, trying to bring you down and leaving the real enemy. That is where my frustration is. It is not the multiplicity of leaders that's the problem. It is the focus of those leaders that is the problem. If we were focused on La Republic, you doing your best to bring down La Republic, I'm doing my best, the other person doing their best, would that not be a good thing for Ambazonia? Would that not be a good thing? But Sako will say, no, it must be me. I must be the one to bring down La Republic. But then you look at what he is doing. He's not doing much to accomplish that objective. Why must it be you? Because you want that, okay, when you go there, you have to be the one to go and sit there and call yourself leader. No, it's not going to happen. When we successfully free Ambazonia, the Ambazonian people will pick who their leader is. It's not someone from the diaspora who will go and lead them. They will choose who their leader is at that time. People should get that into their heads. So I would like for us, we have just about half an hour or less to round up the show. So I have a few other topics that I would like for us to rush through. One being the recent resignations and termination of some of the officials of this interim government in the past weeks and days have kept some people really busy in the chat room, especially our detractors have been very excited about it. But I think it is a sign of maturity of our democracy that it is not the kind of thing that we've had in the past where once you are in, you are in. And then you stay there, whether you are doing well or not, there's no problem. You just sit there. Even if you're not effective, you just stay there. And on the other hand, it is a democratic thing for an official who feels that he or she cannot more operate in a certain environment to step aside, or that their capabilities can no longer satisfy the office which they are holding. They have the response. It is a moral thing. It is even a patriotic thing to step aside and allow someone else who can do better to take over. So people should not see it as a negative. But the only problem is when people step aside, there should be no misinformation or attempts at destroying the house just because you're out of it. That is what is unpatriotic. So, Chairman Patrick, I know you've witnessed all this throughout, and I want you to tell Ambazonians what you feel about this phenomenon. It is something that is supposed to be a positive to show that we are mature enough to do a selective replacement based on the performance or feelings of those that are in service at the time, without it being looked upon as a negative. What do you think?
Thank you, comrade. I think if I had it in a different way, I would not even talk about these people anymore, because there was one time, maybe 2 years ago, Honorable Sama had a contagious laugh about, I think it was a quote that Ochiba Nelson made about Turkey and something. I can't remember exactly what the quote is. That said, when you get tired and you are not able to continue, just give way so that I can continue the race. So some of these, our comrades, I don't even think they got tired. They just did not have it their way. And I feel so disturbed, because these were people we held to a very high esteem, and we expected them to behave maturely, even if they are not with the revolution. This revolution is not about an individual, it's about the Ambazonian people. And if you get to a point where you think you are not able to move forward, you can just resign like they did, but you can support from the back, or you just take a break. There are people that are going to continue, and this revolution is not going to stop because of an individual. But what I've seen in some of the forums is just so too bad. At the end of the day, Ambazonia is going to move forward, whatever they do, how much information they put out there, how much classified information they put out there. At the end of the day, we are going to continue. No revolution on earth has ever gone forever. And even if La Republic use some of these people, or they do whatever is going on, thinking we're going to buy people and do this to stop this revolution, is unfortunate.
It's not going to
work. When they kill one Ambazonian, their children will never forgive them. They're going to come up and fight. Because when they use Foncha, they thought they had won. But unfortunately, they did not know these are Foncha's children that have learned to make sure the correct word was not corrected during the Foncha period. So we can just let these people go. If they want to continue to be Ambazonians, fine. But if they want to join La Republic and fight against Ambazonia, we are still going to be up to the task. That is the revolution. People have a choice, but at the end of the day, we're going to move on.
Thank you very much. And to say something more to what you just said there, the error that people make sometimes is when you feel too excited, that's not the right time for you to make decisions. You have to sit and relax and just have some time to reflect before you make any further decisions. When you are making hasty decisions, when you are either irritated or too excited, it is much more probable that you will make the wrong decisions. Your statements will not come out right. Your countenance will not come out right, and your emotions are not in check. And the probability of you making a mistake are much higher at that point. So, but the sad thing again is this. People need to understand, I've said it before and I'll say it again, whatever you are doing, you have to consider the consequences on the struggle. Because you cannot say today that you are fighting for a revolution and tomorrow something happens and then you are making decisions that are against that objective which you had set for yourself previously. So are you now saying that you don't care about the revolution again because you are upset? You still have to consider what you are doing on the struggle, on those who are dying on the ground. Because those of us who are out here in the diaspora, there's nothing that anyone can do that will hurt us as much as it is hurting those on the ground. It hurts those on the ground than anything you can do that will hurt anybody out here. And that is what I always want people to think about. That whatever you are doing, you are hurting innocent people on the ground. No, not anyone out here. You may think, oh, I'll really throw this mud or dirt on him or her. No, you are not throwing the mud on him or her. You are throwing it on the people on the ground who are suffering under the brutality of La Republique du Cameroon. So, Honorable Samuel Thomas, I want you to give me your take on that.
Well, resignation is good if you resign consciously. And if you resign consciously, your after action will not be to destroy the society where you resign from. I would take an example to myself. When I was in Mbachongwa and Mezam County, there was a time that I found that the pressure on me to stay put was going to be more destructive than being productive. Mm-hmm. So I took that humble decision to resign from whatever position that I was holding. Mm-hmm. I started with Mbachongwa. I resigned the first time they refused. I came back, the same situation continues, and I said, I am done with this. I will no longer continue in this position as the defense secretary, and I resigned. When I resigned, I chose not to be anti-revolution. Exactly. I was still supporting the struggle and paid money for my draft. I was the first person. I was the first person to pay for draft 2021 in 2020. $500. The first. Because my money for draft or my support, my financial support for the struggle was not based on any position. That exactly. So if you are resigning from your position, but you part of the struggle and financial, then fine. Do not resign to become. If you resign to become a spoiler, that is there's a problem, and you now become an agent of La Republique without knowing. There were audios when I resigned and chose to be silent that people were sending to me. When you send those audios to me, I will just call you from behind and ask you, my friend, you send this audio for me to do what with it? For me to react? If I react, how is my action going to help move this struggle forward?
Move the struggle forward. That is always a question that people should ask. Yes.
I will tell the person, please, do not send this type of an audio to me again, because you know that the audio was coming. The audio was meant for me to react, and if I react according to the producer of this audio, I'm not helping the struggle. So let us just let sleeping dogs lie. If people can emulate what I did, then our resignation will be a rightful choice that we've made. But if you resign with the intention of destroying what you've built for close to 6 years, then that is a disservice, not only to yourself, but for the Southern Cameroons and those that have died. The over 60 or 100,000 people that have died. You've made a disservice to these people, and their spirit will never let you free.
Thank you, Honorable Samuel Thomas. And just to end on that point, I would like to say this: the fact that you are no longer a position holder or whatever does not stop you from still serving the cause of the struggle. As a matter of fact, some people serve better outside of their responsibilities than within. So just because you are now not some people even out of this out of the interim government will still contribute. I know people who are not within this interim government, but when they hear that there's a draft, they come and give their money to support it. But they are not actively members of the interim government, but they see that the cause for which we are fighting is good for Ambazonia. And when it's time for drafting, they come in and draft. So you can still contribute a lot, especially those who have had the expertise within the structures of the government. You can still play a very positive role to move the struggle forward without necessarily occupying a position. That's how I see it. So I hope that our comrades can just take a moment and reflect on their actions, on their decisions, and ask this simple question: how is this beneficial to the cause for the liberation of the Southern Cameroon and Ambazonia? And make the right decision. Now, when it comes to, I know we are running down, we have to be out of here in less than 15 minutes. But there is something I want us to talk about before we leave. Of all the atrocities that have happened in the Southern Cameroon and continue to happen every day, be it bombs that are now popping up everywhere in Ambazonia, we never used to have that. Be it guns that are everywhere, people are dying from gunshots and so on, we never used to know that. Be it ransom taking, be it kidnapping, be it children not being able to go to school, be it refugees now running away from their homes. All the structures, these buildings and houses and villages that have been destroyed in the Southern Cameroon, Ambazonia. All of the horrible things that have happened to our people, not to mention all of the killings that have happened in our territory. These things happened, all of these things will be blamed on La République du Cameroon. Even if those things are committed even by some of our own people. The blame goes on La République du Cameroon. They are fully responsible for all the suffering that our people are going through today. And this stems from two smoking guns, which I will show here. Two smoking guns. The first is the 1961 Constitution, which I have a copy here. The 1961 Constitution that was violated. The Constitution stated that under no condition will this document be altered to change the form of state. That is what this Constitution stated. Let me just read paragraph 1 of this federal constitution, part 1, paragraph 1. With effect from the 1st October of 1961, the Federal Republic of Cameroon shall be constituted from the territory of the Republic of Cameroon, hereafter to be styled East Cameroon, and the territory of the Southern Cameroons, formerly under British trusteeship, hereafter to be styled West Cameroon. These are the two countries that came together to form the Federal Republic of Cameroon. And it was stated that this document, the form of state was never to be changed. I don't know if I can find that article, but
it is 47, Article 47. Article 47.
Article 47. Let me try to find it. Article 47. Yeah, 47. Let me see. Where are you? Yes, 47. No bill to amend the Constitution may be introduced if it tends to impair the unity and integrity of the Federation. No bill to amend the Constitution may be introduced if it tends to impair the unity and integrity of the Federation. Bills to amend the Constitution may be introduced either by the President or of the Federal Republic with Prime Minister of the Federal Republic states. That's different. That's a different paragraph right there. The second smoking gun, fellow Ambazonians, the second smoking gun is this one.
Two alternatives.
The yes and the we. It is the yes and the we of 1972. That is when the final blow was given to this unitary, to this federal structure. When they deceived our forefathers to cast a vote of we and yes as to whether the federal structure of government was to be dealt away with. We were not given a choice. We were imposed a choice. So, because of these two smoking guns that I just introduced to you here, we are now in this war today. It is not of our making. It is because La République du Cameroon violated the terms of this constitution I just showed you here. So, Chairman Patrick, I just want us to drive home this message, because people are out here saying, oh, Amber boys have done this, the military has done that, this one has done this. But there would not have been this state of affairs if this constitution were not violated. If we were still with the federal government as was established in 1961, there would be no war in the southern Cameroon today. Am I wrong?
Comrade Mike, you are totally right. I think one thing that La République has failed woefully is the fact that they don't even have anybody that advises them about what is going on. This makes these people so ignorant that there is nowhere on earth that a government has picked up arms against their people and won. There is no country on earth that has ever fought a guerrilla war. The United States has all the drones, they have all the air power, they have military that cannot be compared to any other country. But they fought in Vietnam, they tried to fight a guerrilla war, they did not succeed. They fought in Afghanistan for over 20 years, they did not succeed. So I don't know how La République thinks they are going to fight their way and win the Ambazonian people. So if, for example, if Nigeria attacks Cameroon today, who are they going to be using to fight? If you are using military to fight your own people. So it's something that nobody in that country sit back and say, but what are we doing to our own selves? Even the young people who are running out there say they are military people, they are fighting to save the integrity of the state. My question to them is, where will you hide yourself when this is all said and done? You are killing people that you call your own brothers. You are carrying guns.
But many of them don't even know their history, Chairman Patrick. Many of them don't even know their history. They don't even know what they're fighting for. That's one thing. They have no clue what they're fighting for, if you should ask them.
What most of them are doing right now, they are enriching themselves. You saw 2 years ago when they were seizing motorbikes from people in Bamenda and carrying them to Nkunda and all those places. Like all these villages you see that La République is burning. There was a quick incident in Jikwa recently where they went into the house, they gathered everything in a village, put them on top of motorbikes and then burn the house. They are stealing. They are not burning houses. They steal everything, burn the house to hide the evidence. It's not like they are doing anything to. So when they burn these houses, the question is, where do you think these people are going to go? They are like escalating the war by burning their houses. So it's a situation that La République will one day regret, that they should have taken different actions. They should have talked to the people that they started talking to in Bamenda so that this thing could have been resolved. But they took the hard way But Ambazonia has been resolved. We've taken the hard way also to make sure we get this resolved the way we want, not the way La Republic wants. So
yes,
they can keep on fighting, they can keep on doing, and when the day goes by, even if there are 2 or 3 Ambazonian fighters left out there, they are never going to have peace until Ambazonia is free.
No, there is no way. There's no way they will ever win this war. There's no way, because you remember there's a picture of some kids who were standing around the Ambazonian flag with their own guns that were made out of I think bamboo or something. There are others coming up. We will never run out of fighters as long as there are people out here like this interim government and others who keep supporting. We will never run out of fighters. Now. We are running out of time, so we are kind of rushing things here a little bit. But you see, there is this so-called senatorial elections that are coming up. I forget what date that is. But we are calling on our citizens.
12th of March. 12th of March.
Yes, Honorable Samuel Thomas, you are saying something.
They say it's the 12th of March.
Okay, the 12th of March. So we are sending out this message to our citizens. You saw what happened in Boya. You saw what happened in Boya. We don't want anyone to get hurt. And we understand that La Republic will do whatever it can to make sure they announce the results that are already predetermined. It's not from any election that will take place that they will go and announce those results. So do not expose yourselves out there to be hurt for no reason. Don't do that. So the senatorial elections in Ambazonia are banned. When they say they are banned, it implies that no campaigning is allowed. There should be no gatherings of more than 10 people for the sake of an election. Our ARS will be watching. Do not go and expose yourselves out there for no reason. No gatherings of more than 10 persons out there. No propaganda of elections to be circulated anywhere in Ambazonia. No flyers, no placards, nothing to be put out there for any senatorial elections in Ambazonia. On that day, when they say they are holding the elections, stay away from any place that is called a polling station. Do not go there. Do not go there. And first of all, if you identify any polling place in Ambazonia, you know, a place where they will be voting, inform this interim government of that location. Let us know about it. So make sure that that day is a non-event. Whoever is accepting to be a senator in Ambazonia, you are doing it for yourself. You are not representing anybody, because many of them are living in Yaoundé, by the way. So,
Comrade Mike, let me just chip in something, just 30 seconds.
Okay.
If you know this, senatorial elections in Cameroon is only carried out by the mayors. So what La Republic does, they gather these mayors into hotels, upstation Bamenda, or at the headquarters of the regions or their area. But one thing we just have to tell these people, you are enabling La Republic to kill your own brothers and sisters. If you think you are going for an election, that is not an election. First of all, La Republic, they vote 60% of the senators, the president appoint 40%. So who is fooling who? So they should not be wasting their time, because they are going to go back to their LGAs, they are going to go back to their counties. So if they are running to Bamenda thinking they are going to go take 25,000 and vote or do whatever they are doing to justify what La Republic is doing, they are going to come back to their LGAs. So nobody should be blaming the restoration forces that, oh, they did this. You are enabling, you are increasing the pain on our people by running to Yaoundé. I've not seen any senator making sure they are building a hospital in any LGA or in any county. They are doing it for themselves.
No, they're doing it for themselves. So, thank you there. Honorable Samuel Thomas, please, we're out of time, but I'll give you 1 minute to sum up your ideas or the ideas we've discussed today, and we'll call it a day.
Well, I just want to talk about spoilers. we've never had the shortage of funchas, what the shortage of Muna in the southern Cameroons. The ADF is playing the role of Muna in the 60s and 70s up to 80, 90. Why those who call themselves councillors and whatever are still playing that same role. But the councillors who are going to vote for the so-called senatorial elections that are coming up, please, to still serve yourself from a mess that is coming your way. The Southern Cameroon does not have councillors, and if you show yourself that you are a councillor, just know that we'll be coming for you. Even if we do not come for you today, after, like my brother was saying during the beginning of this program, that after the revolution, we are still coming for you. If we don't come for you, you are in your grave. Your family will pay the price. For traitors have never gone free with their treachery. If you don't pay as an individual, your children will pay for it. First of all, in America up to today, children of traitors are still paying the price for the role which their parents played during the American War of Independence. So the Southern Cameroon is not going to be different. Try something, you will see something.
Thank you, Honorable Sama Thomas, and thanks for coming on board again. Chairman Patrick, you have just 30 seconds since you spoke last. Just round up and we'll be out of here.
All right, Comrade Mike and my brother Sama, I'm going to say but something different. Something that I learned from Nambere the other day is about our brothers who are serving within the La Republique government. Some of them are looking for ways to get out, but because of the atrocity, because of what La Republique can do to them, they are so scared to even open their mouth. And sometimes they don't even want to talk to anybody because people record and put out information. We are going to set up a way to get some of these our brothers away from that dungeon. We are going to do everything to get some of them away. Even the government ministers who are trying to run away and their passports have been taken, we are going to figure out a way to get them out of there, because we cannot leave our brothers to die because they are so scared to even open their mouth. You see the way the prime minister is being treated by the Yaoundé junta. That is not humane. You cannot be the prime minister and you cannot even open your mouth to make a decision in the country. What are you anyway? So again, we know what is going on. We see it, and we're going to make sure we help some of you to get out of that territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Patrick. And for your point, I think it is a shame to see how they are treating Dion Gute there. It is really shameful. He's more of an errand boy than a prime minister, and it's time for him to. I told him to resign. I don't know what he's waiting for. He should resign. So, fellow Ambazonians, I hope this program was beneficial to you. I have two very powerful panelists joining me today. I have Comrade Ato, who will be joining me. I have Honorable Sama Thomas, who will be joining me. And we will be talking, of course, about the return of firepower on the ground, Some had counted us out, but we are not giving up. The fact that we may take breaks from time to time does not mean that we are relenting on our quest for the restoration of the independence of the Southern Cameroon, Ambazonia. We are here to stay. Ambazonia is henceforth a household name that will remain and will soon be recognized by the United Nations. Believe it or not, yes, it will happen. But in order for that to happen, we have to believe it. And when we believe it, we make sure it is actualized. So thank you again, fellow Ambazonians. I see here with me, let me see who is watching so far. I see here Chenry Fokopsen. Nice to see you watching from Denmark. Good to see you here, sir. Martha Joe watching. Chenry Fokopsen again. Of course, DM Walter. DM Walter, nice to have you here on the State of the Wars on Amber Heroes watching. Let me see who else is watching. And let me know how you're feeling today. Are you feeling upbeat? Because I am feeling upbeat. I'm feeling optimistic. I think brighter days lie ahead for Ambazonia. That is how I feel today. So I hope you are feeling the same. But however you're feeling, please let me know. Leave me a comment here. Say something. Let me know you are watching. Thumbs up, whatever. Share the link. Let's get as many people watching with us here today. During the past week, there has been a lot happening in our struggle. A lot happening, especially on ground zero. And we would like to discuss that. And of course, again, one of the topics we are going to talk about is those of us within the continental USA. Yesterday was a holiday. It was a holiday in the USA. And it was in celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King. We are going to discuss the significance of this day and what this man, this great man, symbolizes and what we can learn from his activism and his pursuit of the equality of blacks in America, which he largely achieved. So we are going to see what we can learn from it and apply it to our own struggle, and especially when it comes to our leaders. So we're going to talk about that with my panel here today. So I'll first of all, before I bring my panel on, I want to give a big shout out, a huge one, a very big shout out to our ARFs on the ground. I want to give you a big salutation. For the great job you have been doing, and especially for this past week, you actually made Ambazonia proud, and we could not thank you enough. So again, a big shout out to our ARFs. You are doing what you should be doing in defending our territory and making sure that henceforth Ambazonians are respected. We are no longer dogs. We are no longer roaches. We are not Biafrans. We are not to be kicked around like gong dogs, that they used to call it. So we will no longer have our tail in between our legs. Those days are gone. Those days are gone. Our tails will no longer be between our legs, where we used to bow down and beg and say, pardon, chef, pardon, madam, and they will kick you and molest you. Those days are over. And we are taking back our territory mile by mile, square mile by square mile, square kilometer by square kilometer, a little bit at a time, and slowly Ambazonia will be ours wholly. So let me bring in my panel so they can join me on the various topics, or these two topics we'll be discussing today. I know Comrade Ato has been waiting for quite some time. Comrade Ato, if you're there, please, can I see you? Sorry for keeping you waiting. We had to wait for okay, and Sama Thomas is there. I hope he's not frozen though. Comrade Ato, can you say something to Ambazonians who are excited and upbeat today? Can you say something to Ambazonians? I don't know if your audio is on.
Let me see.
Okay, now I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Thank you for having me on. Always a pleasure to be on your show. To your point, yes, I am excited for a number of reasons. I think 2023 is going to be a decisive year in our struggle. I think the noose is getting tighter around the frail dynasty in La République du Cameroon, and for every inch of weakness they feel, it's another inch of strength to our side. So I look forward to us having the wonderful discussions on the topics you have introduced.
You are welcome, sir, and I appreciate your presence here on the set. And Honorable Sama Thomas, are you there? Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? If you can hear me, can you say something? I think your audio is off. Can you turn on your audio? Turn on your audio. I think the network's a bit slow. I don't know what's happening. I still cannot hear you now. Try again, let's see.
Turn on, you hear me now? I will change this now. I will change.
Okay, all right. That's better. That's better. Go ahead.
Okay, let me continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Good afternoon, Mike and my fellow panelists, Comrade Arthur. It's a pleasure to be with you again on this TV show today, and I want to say Happy New Year to you and the family. As compared to your question on what happening in Ground Zero, if we fully happy with Ground Zero, I just no matter how strong you are, if you engage in a fight with a weak man, do not forget that he will rush. The pain of your being off by every. So we must not be on by the Republicans and great as I don't know how great they are, for they've shown how weak they are in
Honorable Thomas, your network is breaking a lot. I don't know if we will have. Maybe I can put you on speaker on my phone while
I will change it.
You can hear me, right?
Yes, yeah. You 515.
Yeah, but when you speak, it is breaking a lot. We can't hear you very well.
Let me use my phone.
All right, use your phone. I think that will be better. So, Comrade Arthur, let's just go straight to what's happening on Ground Zero. During the week, we had reports of several assaults on the enemy by our ARFs who are using whatever they can afford to mount some resistance against La République du Cameroon, who have been out terrorizing our people, burning houses, killing men, women, children, the handicapped. It's just indiscriminate what they are doing. But our boys, after Mr. Paul Biya, the ailing dictator, the zombie man, came out and said we were all but finished, and he was just mopping up the few pockets of resistance within our fighters. But our boys came out this past week and told a completely different story. And I'm sure they are gnashing their teeth and cleaning themselves up from the mess that they received. What to you? What is the significance of this turnaround in this our quest for the restoration of our independence?
It is, to me, it is very, very significant. One, obviously, it shows a lot of maturity and a lot of understanding and mastery and a change in mindset by our fighters. Before, our fighters were drawn to, well, not our fighters, but those in the diaspora who were using the activities of our fighters to posture, were always out there propagating, leaking videos, talking of anticipated attacks, talking of having bought materials have arrived on Ground Zero, giving a Republican army that has all the training, all the sophistication, all the ability to do reconnaissance, intelligence, counterintelligence, and gather this information and strike our boys. That beginning end of 2022 into this 2023, we have seen a strategic move where our fighters are no longer depending or giving information to those in the diaspora who maybe unwittingly, but out of a desire to show off on social media, where the war is obviously not taking place, have led to some of the activities of our fighters being thwarted. I remember when people used to come out and say, you know, La République, you would see in a day or 2 days or in a week or something. That was not the case now. All of us just got up in the morning and learned about what had happened in the past. To me, that's maturity. The synchronization of the activities, the way it was spread out, that to me shows that there is more collaboration on ground zero. And the guys are also able to minimize their casualties, which means that they are beginning to understand guerrilla warfare, how it works, you know, when to hit and how to secure your exit from the zone where you have hit. All those are telling, and they are not being tempted to impress La République or impress Southern Cameroonians. They're not in a hurry to do something to show the people that the fight is on. They strike when they strike, when it's advantageous to them, when the opportunity presents itself, when the window is open, they strike and they retreat. Very, very hard to contain. But what must always come back to us, who are, you know, beneficiaries of the sacrifice our fighters are making, is how are we supporting them? That financial support is very, very critical, because for every operation, be it our restoration forces, be it a Republican army, be it Ukraine, Russia, La République, any country, there is a cost. There is a logistical cost. There is an operational cost. There are risk costs. Guys could get wounded. Guys could get killed. Guys need material, right? Guys have to feed. Guys have to move. All these things come at a cost. So when finances run dry, when the ability to support them minimally runs dry, it is a problem. And we need to fix that problem so that this fight can be sustained. It has to be sustained. We cannot contribute once, see an operation, and then expect another one next month, 2 months, 3 months, whenever the opportunity presents itself to our fighters. That's what
I think you have said it well. You have said it well, and that is the more reason why even on this show today, we will not be showing any of the images of the actions that took place, for that very tactical reason that you mentioned. We will, because in the past we have been tempted, because we wanted to prove that these things that we are saying actually happened. Because again, many of the times, a lot of people say, "Oh, nothing happened," or they will hide the actual actions on the ground. But now we have social media; these things are readily available out there. We don't need to be out there being the first to put them out there again, because when it happens, people know it has happened. There's no way they can hide it anymore. And again, some of the times previously, our fighters used to put these things out there themselves in order to get credit for the action. But by so doing, they were exposing themselves and their tactics and their equipment to the enemy. But now they simply do it, retreat, and nobody knows who was there, who did it, or what was used. And I think this is a big advantage. And of course, in everything that you do, you learn from it, you make corrections, and you move on, which is exactly what has happened. Honorable Server Thomas, I think I hope your network is better now. But if you can chip in, during the week we saw actions from, and like Comrade Titus said, it was coordinated. You saw actions in Meme, you saw actions in Dian, you saw actions in Bui, Mezam.
I'm using my phone now. I don't know if you can get me clear.
It's a little bit delayed, but we will see how that works. So we saw actions in Momo even for quite some time. We've not heard anything from Momo, but there was action in Momo. And Manu, the biggest of all was Manu, a huge a huge attack was done against, I think it was even a weapons depot or something that was owned by La Republic, and our boys made away with a good cache of material. So, Honorable Sama Thomas, your reaction to this change of events, contrary to the image that Mr. Paul Biya was trying to paint at the end of the year, that we are all but that they have finished everything and they were just mopping up a few pockets of resistance.
What?
Did you hear me? I think his network is still an issue. Thomas, did you hear me? I don't think you heard me. Let's just continue. We will continue, and Commissioner Thomas will fix his connection there and take part in this discussion. So, as I was saying, there were quite a good number of areas where our boys stepped up and performed. And personally, I think this is the way to go, because previously we'll have just one area, we do an attack, and then you will sit back and the Republic will come and will keep pounding that particular area over and over, and eventually they will go weak. But now this thing is spread all over. They don't know what to do. This is the way it should be done. Don't you think so?
This is the way it should have been done all along for the past 6 years, and I'm happy, better late than never. The coordination should have, from the beginning, been left to ground zero. And when some of us talk about, moving the command of this thing to ground zero, some people see it as a divide between ground zero and the diaspora. I watch very closely, and I have some images of Ukraine and some other things we cannot discuss up here. But there is a tactical command center at the front of the war in Ukraine. The orders are not coming from Kyiv. They are tactical centers where guys are receiving images from drone coordinators and making on-the-second decisions on how to react from images, live images they are receiving from satellites by their drones, making on-the-second split live decisions.
I think someone is trying to say something, but I think his audio is still a bit cracked. If you can call me, I will put you on speaker so you'll be easier. Just call me. I think it'll be easier that way. Continue, Comrade.
Yes. So you can see that when if we can furnish our fighters on the ground and let them make on the ground tactical, strategic positionings and movements, as I was saying, what is happening at the Ukraine front, it's miles away from Kyiv, and there are commanders who are making on-the-second decisions based on the feed they are getting on how the Russians are moving and what they think they want to do and how they adjust their movements and their strategies to counter certain things. Although a drone hit a town the other day, a missile, and destroyed, stories of buildings and killed people, there were about 30 missiles that were fired, and they were able to shoot down 20 of the 30. Unfortunately, one of them hit a residential area and was very devastating. But I'm just bringing that example to encourage, especially those of us in the diaspora, especially those who want to control our fighters on the ground as if they are property. This thing of my boys, my group, my this, my that, all this posturing. I hope that our fighters have taken the initiative and are able to coordinate and are able to do, take lifetime decisions. Because when you plan, the enemy is also planning and is also preparing a counter offense. And sometimes the enemy would use decoys, would use pretense, would appear to move in a certain direction or to do something to lure you so that they could ambush you. So it is important for us to encourage and leave the day-to-day operations. All of us know what we expect of the fighters, and our fighters are not stupid. We should give them credit. All we should be doing is to support them to do the kind of things that, you know, we are all celebrating on, today.
To that point, Comrade Arthur, I think even when this initiative was first introduced about having some command on ground zero, I think it was a good initiative, but I think the way it was phased in wasn't the best. But I think having the command on the ground is not the problem. I think it was the way it was phased in, but not for us to sidetrack on the main topics of the day. I have you on. I have you now on speaker. Let me see if I have you on speaker. Thomas. Let me. You just try using your microphone. Let me see if it's better now. Try using your. I think it's off. Your audio is off.
No, my audio is on. Can you hear me now? My speaker is on.
Okay, yeah. You're good now. You're good. You're good to go. You're good to go. Yeah, you are reacting to what we're saying here. Yep.
In fact, I'm very happy for what I've just seen on the ground for the past days. It seems a united action of the ground. I want to say congratulations to and pray that God should keep on protecting that when they go out for a mission, they should come back. I want to also tell one thing. No matter how powerful you are, if you think you can beat a weak person to the point of death, know that he might hang on your hand with his teeth and take off somebody before going. That is exactly what is happening to La Republic now. They will not go free until they will leave the southern country free. As they do not want to set us free, they themselves will never be free. And again, for those who thought and La Republic that the mission was over, the mission will never be over until liberation. So they shouldn't get time. So far as some and a host of others are still alive in the West, being able to sacrifice their utmost on behalf of this liberation struggle, it will never be over till all of us are deaf.
Okay. Yes. Of all the actions that took place in Ground Zero over this week, over the past week, the one thing that I was most impressed by was the fact that our boys were able to mount a spectacular attack and take down one of their, we'll call it stations. Let me call it a station. Because for so long, I have always said that as long as we allow the enemy to come and infest us, by infesting us, I mean planting their mobile stations, be it a barrack, be it a gendarme post, a police post, when they are infested in our communities, when they infest us and they are in our communities, that is how they have access to these blacklegs and enablers who can easily now come in and give information about our boys. When you now send them out of those areas, chase them out of our communities, it becomes difficult for a black leg to go a distance to go and give information about you. That is what our boys should focus on. There should be no gendarme post, no police post, no military base anywhere in Ambazonia, especially within our communities where our people live, where someone can easily walk in with the pretense of maybe trying to do something and pass information about you. So that should be our main focus going forward, that these bases that have been established within our community should completely be dismantled so these people can get away from us. When they are there, it is a danger. It's just like having, when you allow bed bugs to infest your bed, you are sure to be beaten in the night. You will not have a peaceful sleep. So these people are like bed bugs that must be driven out. That's what they are. You allow them around you, around your bed, they will bite you. So chase them out. That's what you need to do. Comrade, am I wrong with that assertion?
No, you are right. But to use your analogy of bed bugs, when you have them, you know, you call the
exterminator.
Yes, you know, the pest people to come and get them. The idea is not so much only chasing them out, because now you have what somebody referred to as indoor blacklegs, right? Everybody has a phone, and all the DOs and all the gendarme commanders go to the villages, give out their numbers, call me, and people could do that. I think the most effective way of doing that is for our fighters to build these community relationships. And that was what America faced in Vietnam. That was what America faced in Afghanistan. That was what Russia faced in Afghanistan. If the people are with our fighters, if that community relationship is strengthened, if we come back to where we were in 2016, 2017, 2018, where our fighters were seen as defenders, if we can stop the malfeasance, you know, blocking roads, taxing, you know, poor mommy them, buy them, sell them, struggling, kidnapping, and all the malfeasance, the community would come back, because our fighters are their children. Yes. The communities bury their own children. No mother wants to bury her child, and no mother wants to give up her child. But when that child becomes a threat to the rest of her children and the compound, right, she may be tempted to want to sacrifice that one to save her other 8 or 9 or 10 children. That is very important. So if the barracks are there, their movements, their activities, you know, what they do becomes information, intel, recognizance for our fighters. And that is how we are going to flush them out. So that community relationship is the #1 disinfectant for the bed bugs, to use your analogy. But I think, as to your point, it will also help our fighters if we do not allow La République to have a foot in our territory. Because, first of all, they lack the morale. We know that the morale is at an all-time low in the Cameroon army. They don't even want to be there. They don't want to be there. That is a huge advantage to us. They don't have a reason to fight, because they see what Bia and his Betty Bulu clan are doing. They don't care about those young kids. They are trying to perpetuate their stay in power and steal money and protect and provide for their families. So those guys are there for a living. They are not there to defend a territory, a flag, and a country. They are there to earn a check. So they want to go back alive and get their premiums. None of our fighters are fighting for a check. You see, none of them are fighting to go back and get a premium. They are fighting to defend themselves, defend their family, defend their land, defend their flag, defend the nation.
And to stay alive, just to stay alive. They are fighting to stay alive.
Yes. So we have a huge psychological advantage. We have a geostrategic advantage. We know the terrain, right? There are guys who can leave Manfe and go to Ekop without passing on any road that was there since 1950, right? So we know the terrain. We know how to move. These guys come from Betwa or Yokaduma or wherever they pick them from, train them for 6 weeks and send them. They have never left home. They have never left their mother's side. They have never left a bar in La République. They are scared. So we have to take advantage of that and really rally around our guys and really support them. But one thing before we get off this topic I want to introduce, which not introduce, we also have to be strategic, because it's not only military, there is also economic warfare. And we are seeing that La République is beginning to suffer the brunt and the burn of the economic aspect. When you see Biya going to Europe and getting 5 billion francs in food aid because they said it's not budgetary support, it's aid because of famine. If first of all he's getting that thing to feed his people, because 60 to 70% of the food they get comes from our region, including what goes to Gabon, Central Africa, Chad. It comes from us. So when Paul Biya came and was burning villages and burning farms and killing mammies, who were the people doing the agriculture,
and destroying the very crop destroying the very crop that they benefit from. Yeah.
Exactly. And that is why the cost of living is going up there. And that is why he's going to Europe. He is using us, that they are sending food, in their words, to the northwest and the southwest. But we know that they are trying to get food to ration in La République because of that shortage. That economic warfare is one that gives us an upper hand in this thing. And we should capitalize on it.
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to really emphasize on the point you made about making sure that our ARFs should make sure that they are treating our citizens well. I have said this over and over and over again, and we cannot say it loud enough, that their security lies in how they treat their own very community. If you treat them well, they will take care of you. If you treat them bad, they will betray you. That is the way it is. So we cannot say that loud enough. Now, Honorable Summer Thomas, as in football, which Americans call soccer, we know that there's a saying that the best defense is offense. If you want to make sure the ball does not get into your goalpost, keep the ball away from your 18-meter box, right? Which is what our ARFs started doing this past week. Take it to the enemy. Don't wait for them to come to you for you to defend yourself, because in the course of defending yourself within your own 18-meter box, you will incur some damage. You will incur some damage. Go to them when they least expect you. That is the way it should be done. What do you think about that?
Compromise. To be frank, like many of us were afraid, I myself was afraid. We've been in the cold for about 2 months or so.
Yeah.
Which I thought all the boys on the ground have disappeared into the bushes. As Lapru was saying that they've given 400 million to No PT and 200 million to 10 people to go to Canada and give them. And they are now in Canada. I wonder how they are in Canada and again fighting on the ground. But still, the public has declared victory on this war several times. I don't know if you talk 100 times before what's going to happen to them. But let me go back to the topic. Our boys, like they've done now, they should keep on doing it. Don't push too hard on them. For if you push too hard on them, they will be tracking you. And stay calm as if it's happening. Whenever you come out, you surprise them. When you surprise them, you will deal with them. When you deal with them, you will be confused like chickens that have been stoned by a robber. So they are now confused, they don't know what to do. Many of them are running out of the place to go stay where they feel they are served before to come back. When they were planning how to come back, will be also they too deciding where to trap them when they are coming in. That is how a guerrilla warfare is. We are not in a conventional war and must not think as if we are having a conventional army. It's a hit and run thing. It cannot be continuous.
Yep.
But one of the things that I was afraid, which it is also true, is economic fatigue. Southern Cameroonians should at least come up to contribute for this struggle. For if we don't, no persons will do it for us.
For us.
We've struggled and right. If we can find just a single country in the world to support us only morally, we haven't gotten one. So it is left on us to foot our bills if we want to live as a free people tomorrow. Freedom is never given on a platter of gold. So all those who think that they will fold their arms and get freedom, to hell with them. They should also know that when freedom comes, those who pay for it will also determine who goes back home. Those who fought for it will also determine who comes back home. Because I will not foot the bills. When freedom comes, you carry your bags and baggages to go to Boya. Some people will never be admitted into Southern Cameroons like they've never been admitted into Eritrea. We will do same to our brethren.
And we will talk about that. We'll talk about that, especially when we go into our next topic, which is looking at, as I mentioned during the introduction of the show, that yesterday was a holiday in the United States of America. And this holiday was in honor of Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King, for the work he did in elevating the status of blacks in this country. But for the work that Dr. Martin Luther King did, I myself here, Comrade Arthur, sitting here, probably will not be in this country because the only way we'll be here will probably be as slaves. So it was, our condition will be so deplorable that we will not even want to come. So it is thanks to the work that he and many others did that we are able to be in this country enjoying the benefits that are abound in this country. But like you rightly said, there are some who have come here. They are benefiting from this. They are benefiting from the generosity or the sacrifices that Dr. Martin Luther King and others did to bring the level of equality that we now have in this country. It is not perfect, but it is way, way better than it was during his days, to the point where we even had a black man as president. That would have been unheard of if those conditions that existed at the time had stayed. Now, before we go into this discussion, I would like for us to just listen to Dr. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. That should lay the foundation for what we are going to discuss going forward. It's good to put these things into context. Let's hear him speak and his determination, and then we will contrast that with the reception or how our people here in the US who seem to be willing to receive, but they are not willing to give, even to their own people, the same thing that they are benefiting from the sacrifices of others. And then we're also going to take a look at those who call themselves leaders in this struggle and compare their own sacrifices as compared to what Dr. King was able to sacrifice and other aspects of that discussion. And in that discussion, we will also bring into place Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who was also a man of God, just like Dr. King, and contrast that as well with the way our own so-called men of God today are behaving relative to right and wrong. So why don't we listen, first of all, to Dr. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, then we'll take it from there.
I have the pleasure to present to you Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
I am happy to join with you today in what will go down in history as the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation. Five score years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today signed the Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity. But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. 100 years later, the life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. 100 years later, the Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will they be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream. My poor little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day, down in Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification. One day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted. Every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is the faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. This will be the day when all of God's children will be able to sing with new meaning, my country, tears of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. And so let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring. And when it happens, when we allow freedom ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at
Okay. Fellow Ambazonians, you heard for yourself. Dr. Martin Luther King in his day, when he was doing exactly what we are doing here, fighting for what? Freedom. Freedom, that precious commodity that every human being desires, but which tyrants and dictators and oppressors are always so eager to squeeze out of the people and make them suffer in destitution. That is what Dr. King was talking about there. So what I have to say here, we discuss here with my panel, Comrade Ato and with Sama Thomas, listening to Dr. Martin Luther King speak, you can get his conviction, his belief. He's absolutely consumed by what he is saying because he has internalized what he is saying. It's just not by word of mouth like some would do. He believes what he is saying. And in order for you to succeed, if he's saying, I have a dream, in life, when you don't have a dream, then you are just living without a purpose. He had a dream that one day America will be a better place where people will be able to rise up and achieve their full potential, regardless of the color of their skins. We may say we're not quite there yet, but I would say we're at least 90% there. And that is an achievement. A score of 90%, I think it's an A grade. So that is hugely part to the effort or the work that he did. So the question we Ambazonians must ask ourselves is this: what do we dream for? What are our dreams for Ambazonia tomorrow? Are we also dreaming that one day Ambazonia will be a place where children will be able to have the resources they need to go through? That parents will not be afraid to send their children out to go to school, that you will not be stopped on the highway and extorted of your hard-earned money, that your children will be able to go to school and have jobs, that you'll be able to get out and drive on a good road, that you'll be able to go to the hospital and be treated like a patient and not be tossed around as if you're bothering someone, or even have your life taken due to poor medical health care? What are the dreams we have for Ambazonia? That one day we Ambazonians will be able to rule ourselves and not be bombarded by the Republic citizens parading themselves as DOs and governors in our territory, while we leave our own country and traveling through the jungles of Mexico or through the deserts of the north, some drowning in the seas, to go look for better opportunities when we have opportunities right at home? Is that what we're dreaming for? If those are our dreams, what are we doing to achieve those dreams? That is what I wanted us to take a reflection on the words of Dr. Martin Luther King and ask ourselves, what are our own aspirations for the country that we call home? Our homeland, the southern Cameroon, Ambazonia. What are we willing to do? What sacrifices are we willing to make? So that tomorrow, posterity will say, these our forefathers sacrificed to make this homeland a better place. Like we remember Dr. Martin Luther King today. So, Comrade Arthur, taking a look at our comrades here in the USA, who see those of us engaged in this fight, and when they see us, they look the other way. They are not willing to be part of it. Let's call it that one, I think. And these same people who say these things are here benefiting from the sacrifices of Dr. Martin Luther King and others who not only fought and bled their blood and sweat and lives to make this country what it is. He was actually shot and killed by the bullet of an assassin because of this cause. If this is not the height of selfishness and lack of appreciation or gratitude, what is it? How can others come here to this country where a lot of people have died to make it what it is, and they are not even willing to do the same for their own homeland, for their own brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers who are languishing under the torture and humiliation and exploitation and the massacres committed against them by La République du Cameroon? What goes through the minds of people like that? Can you help me understand it, please?
Well, Comrade Mike, thank you for playing that, because one, Martin Luther King's, especially I Have a Dream speech, is always moving. It's always inspiring. You can never listen to that speech enough, and many of his other speeches, Mountaintops and Birmingham, Letter from Birmingham Jail, and those important lessons he left for us. I would tell you, I have come to the realization, you know, after reading people like Gene Sharp and Louis Ferrer, that in this day and age, we don't need everybody. There were people, including black people, some who thought, Malcolm X, for example, he was for freedom, but he was for another kind of freedom. You know, he wanted the, you know, the hush-hush, a tooth for a tooth, eye for an eye kind of fight. So you would never have everybody. But like King said, you have, whatever you do, you have to keep moving. You have to believe. And you have to go totally without reservation for what you believe in, including those who thought that the price of their lives was too much a price to pay for freedom. He couldn't be bothered about them. He knew he was not going to last. I mean, he lived in Jim Crow era. He knew that the odds of him dying were higher than the odds of him seeing the end. He said it in his mountaintop. You know, he would not see the promised land with them. But, you know, he has been to the mountaintop. He knew. But you have to believe in something. And one of the things he quoted in that speech, we hold these truths to be self-evident, was the Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776. He was quoting the Declaration of Independence 187 years later in 1963. We in our country must have a fundamental document that must be engraved in stone for future generations 187 years later.
Exactly.
Because what has killed La République is that everything floats. There is no consistency. There is no founding document of freedom and liberty. Martin Luther King said it is self-evident all men and women, of course, are created equal. The Declaration of Independence said every human being has God-given inalienable rights, which are life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. Once you have that foundation, you institutionalize it and you believe in it. And even when people like Jim Crow and the slave owners come in between, you have a solid foundation you believe in, and that becomes your springboard for your fight. So what I would take from it is that, one, we need to have a founding principle built on freedom and the rights of liberty, pursuit of happiness, and a pursuit of life. We must have that foundation. The second thing we must do, like he said, we work together, we fight together, we go to jail together, knowing that we will be free. We must have that nationalistic approach. Because, like he said in one of his other speeches, if you would just let me read it here, he said, if we are to have peace on earth, our loyalties must become ecumenical rather than sectional. Our loyalties must transcend our race, our tribes, our class, our nation. And what that means in our context as Southern Cameroons or Southern Cameroonians is that we must have a nationalistic approach in our struggle, whether everybody is on board or not. Those who have decided to make the sacrifice, we must rise above our tribes. We must rise above regions. We must rise above groups. We must be ecumenical. We must forget about this thing. He's from the northern zone, he's from the southern zone, or he's Bayangi, or he's Mankon, or he's this. We must look at the flag. We must look at the nation. And we must look at the common interest. We must be ready to work together, to pray together, to go to jail together. That is why we, standing with our detainees, our prisoners of conscience today, would begin to build the meaning of what Martin Luther King was saying and what you just played.
Exactly, exactly. We must think together and act together with the same purpose, the same conviction, having the common goal, putting our ideas and resources together, letting the ideas of a person speak more than where they come from, or as in the case of the US, the color of their skin. That if we just do that, and basing our support for one person or the other, not based on all those unimportant affiliations, but on that person's ability to truly serve Ambazonia. If we do that, I think we'll be in a better place. And the establishment of documents and laws that will completely make it impossible for anyone to abuse our structures, institutions, and of course, we know that in La République Cameroon, they say they have a constitution, but the constitution is basically what Pobia gets up one day and decides to do. So we have to change this idea that documents are a formality. No, documents are established for a reason and they are meant to be respected. Now, Honorable Samuel Thomas, let me take it to the spiritual side of it. Let me take a look at the spiritual side. Dr. Martin Luther King, besides being an eloquent speaker and a civil rights leader, he was also a preacher. He was a preacher. And even his father, I think, was a preacher as well. Now, I want us to take a look at his example, and I will follow through. We'll play a second video of Desmond Tutu's own speech. But let's just take a look at what the role of a preacher and by extension, the role that Jesus Christ himself played while here on earth. What people fail to understand is that Jesus was an activist. Jesus was an activist. If you have not heard it before, hear it from me. He was an activist, and that is why he was framed and murdered, because he was an activist in favor of the poor, the sick, the marginalized of the society, who were being used and abused by who? The Pharisees. The Pharisees, who were the ones in authority. So when he came and was helping the poor people, the sick, the underprivileged, giving them, feeding them, the people were drawn to him. And he was criticizing the way the society was being run, and the Pharisees felt threatened. And because they could not find any other crime to convict him with, they said he had called himself the Son of God. And what did they do? They plotted and had him crucified. That they wanted to get rid of him. And you must understand, this is always the fate of every activist. If you're a genuine activist, you know that the powers that be will want to come against you. They'll want to come after you and take you down, because they don't want that voice of freedom to be heard out there. What is happening to us is not very different. What happened to Dr. Martin Luther King is not very different from what happened to Jesus and many other activists. But the question now is this: taking it from a biblical angle, how come those that call themselves Christians in the southern Cameroons, Ambazonia, and by extension in La République du Cameroon, who are supposed to follow the example of Jesus, who stood for the oppressed, the marginalized of his society? And a Christian is who? A Christian is supposed to be someone who strives to emulate the example of Christ. How is it that these people, so-called men of God, can stand by and see injustice being perpetrated, genocide, exploitation, murder, and yet stay silent and still call themselves Christians? How do they rationalize this? Officer Matamas. I hope your audio is okay now.
It looks like he's frozen.
It seems you have. Okay, go ahead. Let me see.
In the leadership of the denominations, the Cameroons.
Can you hear him? I think your audio is shaky again now. I don't know what happened. Maybe you should just sign out and sign back in, and then let Commander take on the question why you sign back in. Maybe the situation will be better. Commander, if you can take that.
Was he about to come in?
I attempt to. I think.
Okay. Let me go ahead while the studio tries to work out the technical thing with Comrade Sama Thomas. Now, you know, to quote scripture, I'm not one who is very good in quoting scripture, but scripture says, you know, many will come in my name. You know, so saying that, you know, they are he. Right? They say they are priests of Christ, they are pastors of Christ, but it's just in name. He himself prepared us for that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that there is so much fear in the church today that people go in there and take vocations not to the letter, but to the convenience of the letter, be it pastors, be it preachers, be it priests, whatever you want to call them, religious. And they forget the part that of their calling that says they will be persecuted in his name. It is very clear.
Yes.
When you follow him, you will be persecuted.
Because that's because it is assumed that you'll be doing the right thing.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because and if you are doing the right thing, then it will not be in favor of the authorities that will come persecuting you.
Exactly. 11, with the exception of John, 11 of the 12 apostles, because after Judas, he was replaced by Barnabas, I think. 11 of the 12 were executed. Only John, who was very close to Jesus, died of a natural death. So that tells you, and he told them, and he says it, but our people today are into the world, and they have forgotten the God they said they wanted to serve. They now live in fear, they live in money, and they don't want to be persecuted for standing up for the truth. And Bia does not hesitate. We saw what he did to the Reverend sisters in Balmayo who were close to Jean-Irene Bia after she was killed. They were killed. We saw what he did to Bishop Jean-Marie Bala in Bafia. He was killed and his body dumped in the Sanaga River. We saw what he did to the American missionary. I forget his name now, just Wallace or so, who went over. We saw what he did to the Ghanaian pastor who was shot and killed, or missionary, Ghanaian missionary, I should say. So he is sending a clear message to them. I fear no one. I don't care about your God. I belong to the Freemasons, Rosicrucian, whatever those their cults are. And this is how we take care of business. So a lot of them are now afraid. And then he sends people behind to, you know, give them little envelopes, because the priests, or I think the bishops, have an allowance that comes from the state. Their own allowance, to the tune of, I think, $1 million for bishops or archbishops or something like that, or the cardinal. But they get some allowance that comes from the state. That is subtle corruption. He does not go to church and give offerings. He sends envelopes annually to the churches and to the prelates, and then sends a clear message. So it's the carrot and the sticks. This is the envelope. You better be quiet. If you're not quiet, this is what will happen to you. It's very clear. It's very clear for anybody who pays attention. But for those who have taken the vow and stand by the vow, you mentioned Archbishop Desmond Tutu. I think of Bishop Romero of El Salvador, who was shot at the altar during Mass because he spoke up for the people of his country, El Salvador. And as he raised the Holy Eucharist during consecration, he was shot in the chest from the back of the church by the rebels, because he spoke against their inhumanity to the people of El Salvador they were saying they wanted to save. Those were people who gave up their lives, right? And many of the other missionaries who have been in the Middle East, in Syria, when ISIS took over, they didn't run away. They continued their service to God. Why our own prelates, our own religious, do not hold these vows and commit themselves, knowing that there is a better life for them, and they were promised persecution in the work of the Lord, is, you know, something I can't explain.
Yes, as you rightly explained, it is something that is worrisome. It is very worrisome. But we see today we have a lot of the new thing now is you have a lot of prophets who have turned the churches into money-making enterprises, where you find holy water being sold, you have anointed oils, or have whatever they call it being sold. The churches have become big business. The changing of money is changing hands, and nobody is paying attention to things they ought to be paying attention to. There's no righteousness, no question. You go into a church and you don't hear the kind of preaching we used to hear growing up, that you are not supposed to do this, you are not supposed to do that, you're not supposed to steal or to tell lies and do. No, the preachers don't go there anymore. They don't want you to feel uncomfortable and not come to church and give them money. So the preaching nowadays is the feel-good kind of preaching, where they're supposed to pamper you and make sure that you keep coming so you can keep giving the money. And then at the end of the day, you buy some holy water, you buy some anointed oil, and you go home and everything is good and fine. But the child who was just killed by the military man off the street on her way to school for no reason, the preacher is not going to say a word about it. The poor mother whose house has just been burned down by the military, the preacher will not say anything about it because he doesn't want to have any issues with the authorities. So the example of Christ, if Christ were to come back to the earth today, I always ask this question: if Christ were to come back to the earth today, will he be able to recognize those who are calling themselves Christians? Will he even be recognized as a Christ? Because his values will be completely different from what today's Christians are practicing. Will he even be recognized that this is a Christ? Always Thomas, being a Christian means being an activist, emulating the example of Christ. Anyone who will see injustice and not speak up against it cannot call himself or herself a Christian. I think that is just it. You cannot call yourself a Christian if you see injustice going on in the society and you are not able to speak up against it, because that is what Jesus did, and he was as an activist and he was killed for it. And if you are calling yourself his follower, then isn't it just but normal that you strive to follow those examples, as uncomfortable as may be? Because as it says, when you are following him, you are carrying your own cross. When you are carrying your cross, it's not supposed to be comfortable. That means you're supposed to be persecuted. As Titus said, many of his disciples were executed for that very reason. Isn't that what Christianity is supposed to be about? And as a Christian in the southern Cameroon, shouldn't you be in support of the Ambazonian quest for independence, given that they are the ones being marginalized by La Republique? Honorable Samuel Thomas, that's a question for you. Your reaction.
Looks like he's frozen again.
Wow, his network is being a problem. Maybe we should, if we can play Archbishop Desmond Tutu's speech. Let us hear it coming from a man of God. Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
You people hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, my network is really giving me a head.
Yeah. We can't hear you now. I don't know if you're speaking. I think we should listen.
Is really that is the problem.
Okay, just keep speaking. Let's see how it works.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, though you're still having some hitches, but we can hear you.
Yeah, because here I understand exactly what is happening with my system. But, looking at my system is all that okay. I don't understand what happening.
Yeah, go ahead. Just keep speaking.
Okay. As to ask if we have Christians in the southern Cameroon, yes, we have southern Cameroon, but we have Christian leaders in Cameroon. Just like the likes of Martin Luther and Reverend Alan Bosak, do not have them in the southern. The churches do not have in the southern Cameroons. They can in the southern Cameroons, in Nicaragua, southern Cameroons. You cannot imagine that a bishop like will see it in my people are being stripped of he is dining with the monster that is slaughtering his own people in Bamida, his own Christians. He's burying those people today, and the same person who kills them Sunday and they were killed. The bishop will still sit him and I'm communion to that fellow. He'll call himself because of Lele L'Afrique. So much. What I will really want with Nkunda is that we are, like Arthur was saying, in regard to Martin Luther King's speech. I have a dream. Martin Luther King, he was upon people, blacks and whites, Christians and Gentiles, Muslims, to stand up for justice, to unite, for in unity, strength, but our men will not achieve our goal. Why we are where we are today, Comrade Mike, is because we are divided in our ranks and file. The same people who call themselves our leaders, who have led us. At times, I used to hear them plagiarize Martin Luther King's speech. In doing so, what are they telling their followers? Are you only singing in or reciting it like a rhyme? Or you recite those speeches and you bring them and to practice them in your own mind and to ask your followers to practice those speeches? Let me tell you one thing, Cameroonian, for them to understand. For that, the only thing we will achieve our aim tomorrow is unity. Really young in the early 70s war said now be defeated by a war of nations alone cannot defeat. If a smaller nation in Europe would beat them, and when
Honorable Sama Thomas, let's just get Archbishop Desmond Tutu's speech, and we will get a reaction to that. That will make our discussion even more meaningful going forward. If we can get Desmond Tutu's speech coming from a clergy, I just want us to live.
People like ourselves are one day going to be pushed aside. The people are going to say nonsense. Those leaders, they keep talking about peace, and our people keep getting killed. When people try to fight against this system, they are detained without trial, they're banned. Let me tell them that I believe fervently that if the government were to say today, yes, we want to dismantle apartheid, I can say almost without fear of contradiction that our people who are fighting outside would be ready to lay down their arms, because they took up those arms for one single solitary reason: to get South Africa liberated. And I'm offering to the government that we in the churches, if they like, I would be ready to act as a broker if they really wanted to set up negotiations. Because there are only two ways to freedom in South Africa. The one way is through sitting down and talking, which we say, let us do. The other, and there is no middle way. All this is nonsense. I'm for middle way. There are only two options. We either talk or we fight. And I am still saying, we want to help you, South African government, South African whites. We want to help you to talk. We want you to be alive when freedom comes. Because we are going to be free. You know, I have said before, and sometimes maybe we don't believe it. I have said there is nothing, absolutely nothing that can be done to stop us from being free.
Okay. We heard it from Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Every word of it. He says there are only two ways. There are only two things. There are only two options. We can either sit down and talk, or we can fight. But at the end of the day, South Africa will be free. This is a man of God speaking. It's not me here. It's not.
You have to talk or we fight.
Somebody speaking here. He says there are two ways. We either fight or we sit down and talk. The same thing we are saying to La République du Cameroon today. Let us sit down and talk. Either we talk or we fight. But come what may, Ambazonia will be free. Ambazonia will be free. Whether through talking or through fighting, it will happen. That is it. That is the message. That's why I thought it necessary to bring these videos, so that those people who call themselves men of God, all those naysayers out there who think this thing is a joke, just as South Africa fought and freed itself. And guess what? There are many of our people flocking into South Africa today for better opportunities. And yet, I don't know how many of them now are doing the same to provide freedom to their people back at home. Just as many are hiding here in the diaspora, benefiting from the sacrifices of others to make this place what it is, and are not willing to return the favor to their own very people. But like Desmond Tutu said, there are only two options. There are not three, two. We can fight, or we can sit down at the table and resolve this matter. But whatever happens, Ambazonia will be free. Comrade Atta, your take on this?
Well, there are certain truths, right? The sun is the sun, and there is nothing darkness can do about it. No matter how many times it rears its head, right? The sun will always rise. What Desmond Tutu said is what every dictator knows, is what every tyrant knows, but they live in some kind of perpetual denial. I don't know what informs them, but Desmond Tutu, the late, may his soul rest in peace, the late Archbishop was very right. And I really hope and pray that the real men of God in southern Cameroons will find the courage. I'm not talking about those fake pastors who use the church to make money. That is not faith, right? Your faith is between you and your God, and if you believe in what He says by His Holy Scripture, and not the interpretation of scammers. I'm talking about the real men who have devoted themselves to God, that they would find the courage. And it is their calling, it is their vocation, and if that is the price they will pay, they are paying the price of their master. But that is true. We will see, freedom is inevitable. We will fight for freedom. We will get it. Our children in 187 years will find a free Southern Cameroons. So Biya should make up his mind. He should either sit down and talk, or he should continue filling body bags in La République. I hear the widows of the fighters are now beginning to create an association of widows of fallen fighters and want to create a pressure group to stop this war, which is a good thing. But I agree with Desmond Tutu, and I hope our clergy would step up and take their place and have the courage to speak up.
Thank you, Comrade Hato. Again, back to you, Osama Thomas. Let us pivot now to those who consider themselves leaders in our struggle. We have seen the commitment, the willingness of Martin Luther King and other civil rights leaders to put their own very lives at the very forefront, willing to sacrifice it if that was what was necessary to achieve the objectives that they were seeking to achieve. When we look at, and some of the very huge attributes that these leaders had were humility, the dedication to the cause. They were truly dedicated to the cause. They were honest and sincere, and they had a genuine willingness to serve the common man and to protect their interests. Now, when we look at the crop of leaders we have today, looking at the examples of these other activists and civil rights leaders, do we have that crop of anyone who meets this exemplary standard of this crop of leaders? People like the Thomas Sankaras, the Mandelas, the Desmond Tutus, the Martin Luther Kings, and the Patrice Lumumbas. Do we have such leaders within our struggle? If not, what is lacking? Are most of our leaders just opportunists? Honorable Sama Thomas. Because, yeah, I ask because we have seen some leaders using this struggle as a way of earning a living, as a source of income for them. There is no dedication. When you ask, okay, as leaders, what are you willing to sacrifice for this cause? If you ask some of these people who call themselves leaders, what are you willing, what have you sacrificed, and what are you willing to sacrifice for this cause that you say you want to lead?
Let me first of all deal with this and the leaders of the church in Cameroon's book.
Okay.
Can you hear?
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
I
don't know if you're muted. Go ahead. I can't hear you.
Had it enough see the independence of the Southern Cameroon. Okay. I'm saying that they were just enough that really want to see the independent Southern Cameroons.
Yeah, the network is literally Thomas. The network is. I don't know if you can hear me, but the network is really terrible.
I'm not muted.
Let me hold on there. Hold on just a minute.
I'm not muted.
My
system is open.
Yeah, but it's not very clear. It's not very clear. Let me see if I can.
I was in that.
Let me see if I can put it.
That really want to see the independence. They couldn't have behaved in the way.
If you can answer the call, let me put it on speaker. I think that will be better.
To be independent to Southern Cameroon with me as a supporter.
All right, go ahead. Let me see.
Let me
Okay, reduce the other volume and speak.
This my volume here first.
Okay.
Yes, let me reduce. What the hell? Okay.
All right. Let me.
What I'm saying is that had it been our leaders were the leaders in love, they couldn't have been insisting that I must be the one to lead the people of Southern Cameroon into Boya.
Yeah.
They could have said, okay, now that we are many, can I just give this leadership to the next person to lead everybody into Boya? But because we are too gullible, we do not want to see the individual Southern Cameroons, we keep on insisting that I must be the one to lead everybody into Boya. Even was in prison, our former president said, a general in the enemy's camp cannot lead. But when he is camp, he wants to. That is a canker worm that is killing the people of the southern Cameroons. By the moment we will forget about this issue of I must be the one to lead and allow the other person to lead all of us. But
I doubt if that is going to happen. I think we lost. I think even the phone connection is not doing well. So let's just continue and probably do better next time. We'll just continue with Comrade Arthur and try to round up the show, and we'll probably try to check the connections next time before continuing. So Comrade Arthur, given this discussion about the example that we have seen from Desmond Tutu and Martin Luther King, these were people who were dedicated, they did not hide their intentions. They said it as was supposed to be said. And even from their voice, from the voice alone, you can tell that they mean what you're saying. There was no lying about it. There was no doubt about what they believed and what they were willing not only to sacrifice or to endure for the cause that they were fighting for. And I just doubt that the crop of leaders we have today, if all of them, I'm not saying there's none, but if all of them have this level of willingness to sacrifice it for the freedom of Ambazonia. Well, I don't know. What do you think about this?
Before I talk about the leaders, since you were talking about the religious leaders, I would give credit to one priest. I don't know his name, but the video went viral of a La République priest, a francophone, at the funeral. At the funeral service.
I think I saw it.
Soldier.
I think I saw it. Yep.
Who had the courage to tell Biya to end the war. It was senseless, it was unnecessary, and the young people were dying. Imagine we had 10 such courageous priests to stand up, or pastors, or reverends, Presbyterian, Baptist, Catholic, whatever they want to call themselves, to stand on the pulpit and repeat those lines and send a clear message. How it would lift their congregation, how it would soothe the pain that some of these parents suffer. Even at funerals, I don't even think they even have the courage to do that. But I would call on them to watch that priest. That video is viral. They can find it, or I can find it and send it if they want it, and have the courage to send a clear message and stand, because they are shepherds, and the followers or the Christians are the sheep, are the flock.
And I think he said that the children who were dying out there were the children of the poor.
Yes.
And that the privileged were sheltering their own children and sending the children of the poor to go and die in a senseless war.
Exactly. So the shepherd should be ready to lay down their lives for their sheep. That is the vow they took. But coming back to the I call them so-called leaders, but they're really group heads, because all of these are just groups. There are two things. There are those who are in it for self-interests, and there are those who have been propped up by La République to instill division and fighting amongst us. There are fifth columnists, and there are, traitors, infiltrators, who are ringing in the ears of these people and propping them for the sole purpose of keeping us divided. Because La République knows, and that's why they blocked late Cardinal Toumi from organizing a Southern Cameroon's conference, and that's why what they learned from ACC1 and ACC2 they never want to see again. Because none of these people, like Mandela himself said on his Oprah Winfrey show interview, the number one quality of a good leader is humility. When you have humility, which Christ also preaches, you bring yourself, you serve, and not to be served. All we hear people saying, I've been in the struggle 30 years, I've been in the struggle 32 years, that was 3 years ago. They tell you they've been in the struggle for 35 years. Moses was in the desert for 40 years with a staff from God. He didn't see the promised land. Life is so transient that when people are grabbing onto vanity, they could be out of here the next day. And we, like Biya, we refuse to accept our mortality. And we refuse to accept that it is not a given that we will be here tomorrow. Because when you put yourself, I recognize my mortality, and I know that I could not be here tomorrow. So what I am doing is not for me to get power. What I am doing is to serve and provide conditions for generations to come, to leave a legacy after me. Because life is transient. I just lost a very good friend on Sunday, same age from class 1 till when he left us on Sunday. The same everything, same age, same day, same primary school, same everything. He left on Sunday with a family just like me, with kids just like me. I don't take anything for granted, and I don't feel entitled to anything. And once you have that mindset, you withdraw yourself and you put the people's interest first. And that is what is missing. And people just want to grab. What I can reassure our people is that good leaders emerge organically. Sankara came from nowhere. Sankara went to school in La République. He went to EMIA. Nobody paid him any mind. He just emerged. Mandela struggled to find somebody who would let him practice law because of segregation in South Africa, and Walter Sisulu and the older people saw him and saw a talent and, you know, groomed him and moved him to when he became an icon. Martin Luther King did not start the civil rights movement. He was a preacher. Rosa Parks started it, and then he joined. So a leader will emerge organically. He cannot be forced. Anybody who wants to force himself
to impose himself,
the seed of dictatorship. Is the seed of a tyrant who wants to be there and wants power. And once they get the power, they become corrupted by that power. And we will be where Eritrea is today. So I am not worried about all these transient souls who say they are leaders. It's virtual. I heard a comrade, Sama Thomas, before, during one of his little sounds that came through, used the word gullible. Our people are gullible, and the only way to get them out of that gullibility is education, like shows, like what you're doing, to keep preaching and keep educating and keep enlightening. And then they will begin to wane away from all this posturing and braggadocious behaviors we see, mostly from the diaspora. I want to point out, I keep telling our people, there is no liberation struggle in the history of mankind where the leader has sat 7,000 miles away from the territory that wants to be liberated. And I'm challenging them to my last breath. Give me one example. Even Christ himself, for us believers, came down from heaven to free us here. How much more we here want to use a smartphone to liberate a territory 7,000 miles away? It's not going to happen. But, you know, as I said, education is the key.
Yes, and that is why that's why we're on this show, trying to enlighten people and make them understand the values that are important in making sure that we achieve the freedom that we're fighting for. And like you said, if you look at all of the leaders that we are mentioning here, the great leaders that we can mention, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela's, Thomas Sankara, the eighth element in all of these people that made them tick, that made them so attractive to the people, was their humility. It was their humility, their willingness to bring themselves down and be at the same level with those they are leading, and not lord over the people and tell people, if you don't do this, I'm going to do this to you. That is what some of the so-called leaders we have are doing. You either stand here or I'm going to do this to you. That is not leadership. It's dictatorship. And dictatorship and leadership don't go together. So we are bringing these examples so that we start understanding what is important. What leadership qualities the future leaders are supposed to cultivate, that they will be able to serve the Ambazonian people well. And that is why I feel like I felt it necessary to link the failures in the leadership that we have had in this struggle this far, and compare and contrast it to these two leaders. These are not the only ones we could have looked at, but for the sake of time constraint, I had to limit it to Martin Luther King and Desmond Tutu, who are themselves black people like us, who, especially someone like Desmond Tutu, who lived in South Africa, in the same continent as us, and he did what he did. He said the things he said as a preacher again, as a preacher, because some people want to say, "Oh, I'm apolitical, and I said that's complete nonsense. There is nothing like apolitical in this world. There's not a single institution in this world that is apolitical. Every institution is political, including the church. For Christ's sake, the Pope is elected. The Pope is elected. So what more example can we show? Even the church is political. From your own family, there is politics with how you decide to divide the resources in your family. Who gets pocket allowance? Who gets what amount? Between you and your wife, there is politics involved. A human being is a political animal. You cannot live without politics. You cannot exclude politics from your life. So when someone says, I'm apolitical, that's a blatant lie. It's a blatant lie. Either willingly or
Mike,
out of ignorance. It is a blatant
even in
lie.
Scripture. In Scripture, Jesus asked Peter to go pay the taxes. In Scripture, he asked Peter to go pay taxes on their behalf.
You and I, we go to some of we go to some of these cultural institutions or groups, and they say, "Oh, we are apolitical," and I say, either it's naivety or intentional ignorance, because there's nothing like apolitical. You can either be part of it, you can either be part of the decision making, or someone else will make the decision for you, and you live with the consequences. That is it.
Yes.
If you don't want to be part of the decision making, someone else will make the decision for you, and you will live with the consequences. And don't complain then when someone makes that decision for you. That's the way it is.
Yes.
Yes. Make a point.
No, I just wanted to make my point about some of these cultural associations, because they are built on the roots of the communities, and the communities are on fire, and they hold all these gatherings and all these meetings and all these fundraisings for a community that is in ashes, and they say they are apolitical. They don't want to be part of the solution. So how do you think you're going to build the communities for which you say the association or the cultural group exists? It doesn't make sense. You have to first fix the problem for your association or your group to have meaning, right? No cultural group makes sense on ashes. And just to end, since you're about to round up and you brought Martin Luther King, I just want to remind people, because you talked about his humility. People know that he was assassinated, but what a lot of people miss is that he had gone down to march with sanitation workers the day he was shot. He was shot before he left his hotel for a demonstration with sanitation workers. Sanitation workers back in the day were what they used to call, or what they call, voirie people, right? The dumpsters, the trash picking, because he said they had rights and they were not being treated, they were not allowed to unionize, and they were being abused because they were the lowest of the low. So that is somebody who brought himself down from the leader of, the civil rights in America to go march with
sanitation workers,
dumpster truck people, sanitation workers, as low as it could get, and street sweepers and street cleaners. That's whom he went to march with on the morning he was shot. People should not forget that. And that's why we always tell the people who claim to be leaders, they are on their high horses, they need to come down, they need to find humility, they need to come and march with the people, including sanitation workers and street sweepers. Then you can lead from behind and push the people's interest forward.
Just to round up our discussion, let us play one other excerpt of Dr. Martin Luther King's speech, where he said, "I've been to the mountaintop. I've seen the promised land." Let's hear him speak.
Our
we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. If I lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. And so just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Yes, that is again Dr. Martin Luther King. And that was the last speech he made, and he was killed thereafter. And he had already made the prediction that my eyes have seen the promised land, and I'm not fearing any man, I'm not afraid of anything. I may not get there with you, but we as a people will get to the promised land. And so it happened just as he had predicted, that he did not get to the promised land, but our brothers, Black Americans, I believe they have seen the promised land. So again, bringing this lesson back home and asking ourselves, how many of us are willing to say that? I may not get to the promised land with you, but we as a people will get to the promised land. How many of our own leaders are willing to say this? That they are willing to lay their lives down for the freedom of Ambazonia, even knowing fully well that they may not get into the promised land. Will they still be committed and be willing to do whatever is necessary to make sure that happens? That is a challenge for our leaders going forward, for them to demonstrate, not by word of mouth, but by word of action, that they will be willing to work with others, open up, and not say, me, me, me. If not me, then no one else. That is not what leadership is all about. That's not what sacrifice is all about. So I brought these lessons here for us to take a look at and examine ourselves and see how we have performed this far and how we are going to perform in the days ahead, and measure our actions, our deeds, our intentions with those of the great leaders that have gone ahead of us and see how far we can measure up to that. So, Comrade Ato, it's been a pleasure really having you taking part in this discussion. I think it is important that we bring these important things to our people. And again, I think he said, no brutality, no water hoses, no wild dogs, released on the people will stop them from doing what what must be done for equality to come. So in the case of the people of the southern Cameroons, no burning of houses, no brutality, no killing, no massacres, no rapes, no causing of our men and women to swim in mud, no torture will stop us from pursuing the quest for the liberation of the southern Cameroons. I want that message to go as clear and loud as possible to the Republic of Cameroon. We are determined to stay on this course and pursue it for as long as need be. Your closing statements, Comrade Ato, so we can at least end the show. I'm sure Ambazonians have gotten the message we wanted to bring to them today.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you, Comrade Mike, for another very, very good show. The topics you touched on today are very, very relevant and important to our people. I also want to end by asking our people to quote the Reverend Jesse Jackson, to keep hope alive. I want to tell our people that the most important pillar we have in this struggle are our frontline defenders, and call on our people to keep supporting them. Our seniors, if you will permit me, Comrade Mike, would say that they have the War Relief Fund, which the information is out there. It's run by our seniors. It is non-partisan, and every franc, every kobo. For those people who don't know, there are other outlets out there where people can support our fighters. Everything, it's the same fighters, it's the same territory, it's the same flag, it's the same nation. Let us support them, because everything else we do without them is null and void. We are back to slavery. And let's keep hope alive, Comrade Mike. And I want to thank you for having me today on this very important discussion. Thank you so
thank
much.
you. I should thank you, Comrade Ato, for coming on board. It was a pleasure having you. Unfortunately, Comrade Samatamas had at least some problems with his audio. I hope that we'll do better next time. And our apologies to the viewers for those hiccups in communication. That is what happens when you're dealing with technology from different parts of the world, trying to communicate and make the program work. Sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't work out so well. So we want to thank you for bearing with us. Again, as Comrade Ato said, again, remember 11th February is a non-event in Ambazonia. It is a non-event. Nobody celebrates 11th February in Ambazonia. There will be a lockdown, and you stay at home, meditate, think about the atrocities that are being committed against our people. We will not come out to celebrate the day we were disgraced, the day we were humiliated, the day we were put in chains, and we have been in chains since then. So we will not celebrate that thing. And fellow Ambazonians, take note. And on the 27th of January, we are having a fundraiser to continue giving support to our fighters who are doing a marvelous job. We have to continue funding them. As Comrade Ato has said, we have to continue funding them, giving them the support they need. So on the 27th, please, you all come out ready to chip in and make sure we keep the firepower on the ground going. So I want to really thank you all for watching this show today and for taking part, bearing with us with all the challenges we have here. I want to, again, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, we will continue to push this struggle. As he said, there is nothing that La Republic can do, no bulldogs, no no beatings, no lynchings, no forced disappearances, no imprisonment. Nothing is going to stop us. We are going to have our independence. And like I borrow again from Archbishop Desmond Tutu as well, there are only two things here. Only two things. We can either fight or we can sit down and talk and end this conflict. It is up to La Republique du Cameroon to make that decision. It is up to them. We've been waiting for them to come to the table, but they are not willing to come because they think they can crush us by military might. I believe they are getting the message that we are not going anywhere. We are going nowhere. We are not backing down. We are not giving up. We are not surrendering. We will stay the course. We will fight back. We will resist until Ambazonia is free. Again, there are two options. We can fight or we can sit down and talk. But at the end of the day, there's one outcome. Ambazonia will be free. Thank you all for watching. Take care of yourselves and each other. It is a wonderful day to be alive. It's a wonderful day to be an Ambazonian. As you must have known, there's a lot happening in our struggle today, and I'm glad that you're watching this afternoon so we can have a discourse, a debate, and analyze everything that's happening in our struggle. As you well know, there's some jumping around going on. There's some jumping around. I don't know what's happening, but some people are feeling very jittery today. And we will take a look at that and find out what is happening. But before we do that, please, can you do me a favor and just share the link so that we can bring more people in to watch the show with us? I would greatly appreciate it. Share the link, please. Share the link as I say hello to who is watching here. Let me see who's watching. I know Maxell. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Maxell. It's good to have you on the side of the war zone today. Bechu, comrade Bechu. Bechu, it's good to have you, comrade. It's good to have you watching. Bole Tole. Bole Tole T. Good evening, sir. Good evening. It's nice to have you. Max Cyril, always here. Hans Bobo, watching with you. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Share so others can join us. And I can see Peter Kum is also watching. Peter Kum is watching. Please share the link. Share the link. I have a 4-man solid panel joining me today. A 4-man solid panel to join me in discussing the events of the day, what is going on in the struggle, what is going on around us, even what is going on in La Republique du Cameroon. Why not? They are our neighbors, right? So it's good to go know what is going on within the territory of your neighbors. So we will look at what is going on in La Republique today. There seems to be a lot of confusion, a lot of conflicting messages coming out of La Republique. I don't know if everything is okay in that place there. So we are going to take a look. But before I bring my panel in, please, can you share the link? And while you do that, I want again to extend our sincere thanks to our ARFs who are continuing to do a marvelous job defending our territory. We got some images coming in from some of our ARFs. I will name them in Bafut. They carried out a spectacular attack which blew up one armored car belonging to the terrorist soldiers of La Republique du Cameroon. I think we also saw some actions in Mamfe, where the property of the colonial occupiers were put up in flames, which is what we should do, chase them out. And I think General Transporter was also carried out some action in Meme. So they are continuing to prove that the land belongs to us. As the song will always say, who owns the land? We own the land. It is our land, and we are determined to take it back. So, fellow Ambazonians, I want to bring in my panel, but I want to get the numbers at least up to a reasonable number before I bring them in. These are very powerful men, reasonable people. I don't want to I wouldn't want them to come in here and talk into an empty space. So please share the link and bring up the numbers so I can bring in my partner. And again, you know, La Republic has always said that they held their so-called, call it what? Grand dialogue, where they said they gave us a special status. Imagine us. We used to have our own country and our own government, and we decided, we did not actually decide, but we were compelled to try this experiment of being together with them. And they used that opportunity because there were many. They had a military and their gendarmes, and we didn't have anyone backing us. And they marched in and took over our territory, and since then, we have been enslaved. And fellow Ambazonians, they now say they want to give us a special status, as if we are beggars. As if we are beggars, imagine that. And now Mr. Pobia says, oh, they want to come and rebuild, they want to start rebuilding Ambazonia. And I'm like, what? Rebuild Ambazonia? For 60 years, you didn't care to do anything. It's just now that you want to come and rebuild Ambazonia. How about you start right in your own country, like where they lack basic potable water, where lights are very inconsistent? Why don't you start there and rebuild that before talking about rebuilding Ambazonia? They don't know how to build a damn thing. These people don't know how to manage anything. They don't know how to build anything. All they do is steal the money and go drink a pop-up or whatever they're drinking. They steal the money, go drink it, gamble it, do whatever they want to do with it, and they don't know how to construct anything. They don't know how to build anything. So this is what is going to happen when we have finally driven them out of our land. We will manage our own projects. We will rebuild Ambazonia the way it should be rebuilt. We will rebuild our own schools. We will do it ourselves, manage it ourselves. You used to see what's happening in Ghana. Most of the projects are managed by Ghanaians, and they are well executed properly. And it's not like that difficult, you know. That's what some of us do out here. We're building projects for other countries, why our own people are languishing for lack of basic necessities. So we will rebuild our schools, we'll rebuild all the homes and villages that have been raised down by the terrorist soldiers of La Republic of Cameroon. We will rebuild everything according to code and specifications. We will rebuild our roads, we will rebuild schools, we'll rebuild our deep sea port. The deep sea port has been so talked about for decades, but nothing has ever been done. We will build our deep sea port, and of course, the electrical grid in our land is terrible. Someone called me from home and was telling me that electric lines the poles will get rotten and fall down, and the wires will be allowed to lie on the ground with the risk of somebody getting electrocuted, and the thing would lie there for months and nobody will care to come and fix it. We will strengthen our electrical grid, make sure lights are more reliable. You don't have fluctuations every now and then. That is what we're going to do. We will make sure we have good pipe-on water, a good sewer system where sewage is carried away to a proper disposal point. We'll make sure that we upgrade and modernize our agricultural infrastructure. Mechanized agriculture will be introduced to make sure that we are actually producing enough from our land, fertile soil that we have, but we are not using it as well as we should. So these things we will do ourselves. We will not depend on La Republic of Cameroon to do it for us, because first of all, they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to do it, and they don't even have the will to do it. So we cannot count on them to develop Ambazonia. So fellow Ambazonians, I think I will not want to waste time again. I would like to bring in my partner to join me so we can start the discussions of the day. I don't know if Dr. Epa has signed in already. Dr. Epa, are you in, please? Dr. Epa, the Chief of Staff, are you here? I don't know if the Chief of Staff has signed in yet. Let me see if Dr. Nkunda is here. Okay, yeah, Dr. Epa is here. Can you say something? Let me know your audio is all right.
Can you hear me?
All right, yeah, you're good. You're good. 5 on 5. Okay, let me see if Dr. Nkunda is here as well. Yep, my brother, you're here. Looking good, looking good. Let me see if, okay, SOS Mars is here. And I think it's remaining now Chairman Jackson. I don't know. He said he may be coming in around 4 o'clock. Is it 4 o'clock yet? So
can you
hear
me at all?
I can hear you.
Okay, that's good.
That's good. All right. Where do we start? Let us start in La Republique du Cameroon. I'm sure that you have heard that since La Republique du Cameroon is now being ruled by a criminal gang, it is no more a government. It is now being ruled by a criminal gang because Paul Biya himself is incapacitated. His own very security lies in the hands of these guys who are now in control. So there has been a gruesome murder of a journalist in La Republique du Cameroon because he dared to speak out against one of these gang members. I call him a gang member because that's not what a government official will do to an individual. Before I go ahead to talk about it, and I wish Chairman Jackson was here because he has some insight into this story, and I would have loved for him to be here. Let's watch this video. Let's watch this video. That is the body of this journalist, I forget what his name is, who was, because he dared to criticize one of these gang members. They call his name, what's his name again? Jean-Pierre Amugu Belinga. Jean-Pierre Amugu Belinga. Yeah, I think he's one of the protocol officers of Paul Biya. And because this guy spoke out against him, because he's just lording it over other government officials, insulting ambassadors, insulting chiefs of police, and just acting as if he is the one ruling that country. And when this guy spoke up against this gang member, he caused that he should be executed. And yes, you have all seen these images. Let's discuss this with the panel. Let's discuss this with the panel. The story is that when this guy spoke out against this so-called Belinga what, Mebutu or something like that, this guy actually said that the only thing you can do is kill me. The journalist said that. And that is exactly what they did. So they took this guy to a torture house. We are told that they cut his fingers, They used electricity to torture him, torture his genitals. They used objects to force down his scrotum. And that this guy was completely disfigured when he was found. His tongue was hanging out from the torture that he received. His nails were pulled out. His nails were pulled out. And the person who is the vehicle that was used to pick this guy out, to pick this guy up, has been traced to belong to a security company owned by this Belinga Ebutu. This Belinga Ebutu guy. Jean-Pierre Amugu Belinga. That is the vehicle that was used to pick up this journalist has been traced to belong to a security firm owned by this Jean-Pierre Belinga Ebutu. And so there is no doubt that he is responsible for this murder. There is no doubt that he is responsible for this gruesome act. So, back to my panel. Chairman Mars, SOS Mars, let me start with you. Given what we see here, and I wish again that Chairman Jackson was here because he has some serious insight into this. Given what we see here, What do you think is going to happen to the perpetrator of this act? That is the naked body of the guy. After a manhunt was launched to find out where this guy was hidden, his body was dumped at this empty field. And that's where they found him. His naked body, he was stripped naked and tortured to death. His fingers cut. A stiff object falls down his scrotum, and I think he suffered a cardiac arrest due to the pain that he was feeling. He suffered a cardiac arrest and died. So this young man you see here, a guy who was, it's just that most of us cannot speak French. If you could listen to what this guy was saying, he sounded like a decent journalist who was just doing nothing but exposing evil of the society, which is what a journalist is supposed to do. He is completely naked when he was found. Completely naked. That's his body right there. That is the country we are dealing with. Chairman Mas, your reaction to this?
Thank you, Chairman Mike Fusi. Thank you. I'm glad to be part of this panel today, and I am really enjoying the topics that we're going to be dealing with today. We have seen in the past the execution of this guy, this journalist, is not the first. We saw how La République executed the cardinal in their land for talking against the government. So La République is not scared. They're not afraid to execute anyone who stands for the truth. This poor journalist, bless his soul, always he spoke the truth. For all those who understood French, he was more decent than most than La République is. And for La République, that's a cardinal crime. That's a crime against the state. If you're a good man, you're a bad person to them. And we have seen it. And this was not the first, as I've said. It will not be the last. But it's so sad that that's the country that we're dealing with, where if you do anything that is right, it's wrong to them. Why should they execute somebody in this manner? Just because the person spoke the truth. And for the person who, the perpetrator, the person who did the assassination, I'm not surprised that he or she will get more promotion. You wait and see. They'll give him more contracts, a bigger position, and bigger rewards. That's how La République operates. But let me remind them, Ambazonia, which used to be called West Cameroon, and was former British Southern Cameroons, we're the nation where justice, democracy, we had the first democratic elections in Africa, and we stand for the truth. Our people believed in us, but we were robbed of that by being colonized, forcefully colonized by La République. And we're standing for our independence. We don't want to be part of it anymore. We want to wash our hands from all these dirty jobs, dirty style of living, and go back to what the good ways that we used to be. That's why we're in this battle, fighting for our independence. The world can see the type of government, so-called government, that La République has, and we don't want to be part of it. Thank you.
Yes, Thomas, Riley said, of course, nothing is going to happen. We know that. But one thing is so poignant here, and that is the fact that this guy was, if you listen to the audio he made, he was complaining as if he was complaining to Bia, trying to expose these crooked people to Paul Bia. But the problem here is this. The very people he is complaining about are the same people who have surrounded Paul Bia and filtering everything that gets to Paul Bia. So, Dr. Nkwabe, it's like praying to a dead God. That's how I would think, because this guy was hoping that Pobia would intervene and do something about these very people who are so crooked. But Pobia is dead. It was this guy hoping against hope, Dr. Ngwame.
My fellow Ambazonians, greetings. Greetings to our liberation fighters. Greetings to our people back home.
Can you increase your volume a little bit, Dr. Ngwame?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My fellow Ambazonians, good afternoon, given the circumstances. Greetings to you, Tom, Mike, and my fellow panelists, and greetings to our liberation fighters back home. Thank you for the great job that you are doing. On behalf of the people of Ambazonia, I want to extend condolences to the family of this young man. I mean, this situation is so sad because there are actually people out there, there are people of Ambazonian descent out there who want Ambazonians to remain tethered to a country that does that to its citizens. I mean, just look at what they're already doing to us. And then they go and do that to that young man named Massa. And there are people of Ambazonian descent who want us to not only remain with French Cameroon, but they're even attempting for us to federate with them. They want us to go back to that nonsense 1960-something federation with a country that does that to its people. Look at the Cameroonais. You all need to thank us, but it's unfortunate that you all are going to miss the opportunity to take down the CPDM dictator regime and bring in a much more just system for your country. But you know what? Maybe you all may still have the opportunity to do that, because as French Cameroon continues to insist that they want to keep Ambazonia in bondage, it will lead to the destruction of that country. And maybe when that country breaks up into the Northeast piece, the Bamileke Douala piece, and then the Iwondo piece, maybe the different pieces of French Cameroon that are broken up because they insisted on keeping Ambazonia, maybe those areas will end up with a more just system for their people and their country. Mm-hmm. If there's one thing that I love about the United States of America, is that in the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights of the United States government, and that Bill of Rights is a set of rights where it talks about rights that are God-given, meaning no government can take them from you. No government can abridge your access to these rights. And one of the First Amendment rights that the Constitution of the government of the United States protects is the freedom of the press, the freedom of the speech, freedom of the right to assembly. In America, you would not be able to do what you did to this young man. And my fellow Ambazonians, those of you who are on the fence, those of you who are federalists because you're trying to protect, you're trying to cover yourself from live public torture, just know that an independent Ambazonia is going to protect the press, going to protect free speech, and not only will you have free speech, you'll have free speech after you have spoken that free speech. This is nonsense what people are going through every day in that country. But we're not surprised.
Yeah, we will just see what is going to happen. Like we know nothing is going to happen, but let's see what's going to happen. Dr. Epa, given what you're seeing here, sometimes when these things happen, we take it as if it's the first time it's happening, but it's not actually the first time. This has happened many times before. We remember our own brother Wazizi, who was also seriously tortured and killed. Until today, we don't even have his body. Probably because if you saw his body, you will not believe what they did to him. That's why they hid the body. Who knows if they cut his hands, cut his limbs, whatever they did to him. That is why they will not release the body to us or the family. His body has not been found till today. But despite the fact that they admitted that, they took him into custody. Wazizi's body has never been found because you can imagine the horrors that Wazizi went through, just like this young man. And this is the country that some people still think we should continue to live with. Dr. Epa, please, can you bring some rationale? Can you maybe drive some sense into the heads of some people who still think that it is possible to continue to manage this kind of stitched together, that was put together by the UN and other people, making us suffer, and they're looking away as we suffer. Please.
Thank you, Comrade Mike. We see. Can you hear me?
I can hear you far and far.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to thank all Ambazonians, especially our restoration forces, who are doing a very great job on Ground Zero. And I also want to thank all the refugees, those in Nigeria, those in Ghana, those in South America, North America, those who are even in China, all over the world, in Europe. I want to thank all of you for listening. Just make sure that you have the faith, continue to have the faith that these Ambazonians who are out here in the diaspora actually seeking for independence will have that independence for all of us. I also want to thank those who are in jail. We know what you are going through, and just have to continue to have faith. Because you are in their dungeons, they will have means for them to try to brainwash you. They will try a way for them to tell you everything, that they might give you positions in order to buy into their crap. Don't accept that. Just remain faithful to God and not to them. Let me go back to from the mic the question you asked me, whether I can throw more light on what is happening with those who want us to remain with La Republic. When a thing happens like this, that what has happened, I don't hear those federalists come out and say anything. I want to hear them say something condemning what La Republic has done with this journalist. When Wazisi died, none of them said anything. When they kill our boys and even burned houses, more than 500 houses have been burned. More than 400 towns and villages have been burned. Individual houses have been burned in different towns and cities and even villages, excluding a whole villages and towns burnt. They have said nothing. Now let us see whether even in La Republic, where they are, the federalists will say anything. And they have a big mouth to say that those who are seeking for independence are those who are wrong. You see, let me tell you one thing. I want the Ambazonians to listen very well. We are in this crisis because La Republic refused that federalism.
Yes.
That federalism, two-state federation, was still in place, even though it was deceitful. It was just pushed on us. We did not want it, but the British and the French went and connived and convinced United Nations to accept to have independence either by joining Nigeria, that had already been independent, or joining La République du Cameroon, that also had its own independence. There is no such thing in the world, and there is no country in the world where that type of proposal has come. Get independence by joining another independent country or another one. The option of full independence was not there, even going against their own charter of the United Nations. But you have federalists, some of them who have even worked in the United Nations, who would have been the ones to champion this cause, get all the facts as they claim to know. They would have been on the side of Ambazonia, that they have fought for federalism.
But they are not. But they are not. Dr. Epa, hold your thought there, because we will get into that in-depth analysis of this botched relationship later on as we go in the program. But let us go in. I just wanted us to cover this gruesome murder of this young man, because it is just so bad. It looks I don't know how the people in that government are feeling right now. In the eyes of the international community, at a time when there's a light being shown on that country with regards to this negotiation that that they were supposed to have with us, and that they have kind of jumped out of, which is what we're going to talk about next. And for them to go out and do this and draw this kind of attention on themselves, it is so sad and pitiful and so poorly timed. So poorly timed. They could not time this at a more unsuitable time to do something like this. It is just terrible. But let us go into the main topic of the day.
Chairman Mike. The point.
Okay. Yes. You wanted to say something. Go ahead.
The one thing I wanted to add, right? We Ambazonians need to remember all the people who have died. But when you describe the way this young man was eliminated, my mind went back to my cousin Gwangandi. Gwangandi suffered the same kind of book nonsense from La Republic du Cameroon. No Ambazonian, no person from Ambazonia should be willing to tolerate this. These people who are tolerating this nonsense and still talking this mamby-pamby baby nonsense that we should still La Republic, you all should be ashamed of yourselves.
As Dr. Farali said, at this point you will not hear, where is Agbobala? He says he's a civil rights defender, right? Why don't he come out now and speak? Where is Simon Musu? Where are they? Why are they not saying something now? Look at what they've done to this young man. Gruesome murder. Nobody can doubt who has done it. The person who has done it is known. They know who've done it, but they're all hiding now under the table. They're all cowards, putting their tails between their legs. Nobody will come out and say a word. And they want us to stay with our free Cameroon. Chairman Mas wanted to say something.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, the thing here is that we need to look at the manner in which this execution took place. Is only a barbaric government that can tolerate such a manner of execution. And this tells the world, it may be, we may think that this is the worst timing that this has happened, that this has taken place, but actually it's the best timing for the world to see truly what La République is. Because for La République to carry out this execution at this moment means they've done worse and they're prepared to do worse when the eyes of the world is not even watching.
And they don't care.
If the world can be watching, nations like America, Canada, focusing, zooming in on them, and they still tolerate executions like this. What about when they turn their eyes to other things? What do you think happens? So this is to tell the world that, look, are these the people you want us to live with? Are you really considering this?
And let's go in even further. If they are doing this to their own citizens, this is their own citizens.
Their own citizens
from the center south.
Yes.
What do you think they are doing to our own citizens?
Ambazonians.
Those of our brothers and sisters in their jails. What do you think is happening to them?
Yes. So it's not just the timing, it's their own brother. If they can do this to their own family member, what more of an outsider like us?
Don't do work for we no Massa. La Republic try picking for oil Massa. Picking for oil Massa.
Yes.
We don't want Minnesota, but Massa.
So a crime baby dropped in boiling oil.
Boiling oil. So it's not the first that La Republic is done.
Screaming, scared, screaming for his life. They dropped that.
And they threw him in the boiling oil. Yes.
So this country is ruled by an occultic gang. An occultic gang that does not see any, they have no human feelings when it comes to taking away human life. They will kill you without even blinking. It means nothing to them. That is what we are dealing with. I'd say it's a criminal gang in charge of that country now. There's no government. La Republic has no government. It's a gang of criminals and occultists who use the sacrifice of human blood to stay in power. But there's an end to every occultic society. Theirs will come to an end. It will come to an end. Let's move on to the next topic. Let's move on to the next topic so we don't get out of. We have our men during the week, fellow comrades. We all know about the Canadian talks that have been going on. Many of us here have expressed our ambivalence about it for good reason, exactly because we know who our opponents are when it comes to arguments that they don't keep. But at some point, we were told that the Canadians finally committed to being the mediators, which is what we have always asked, that the Canadians should expressly tell us what their position is with regards to these talks. But they finally came out. And because they came out, the interim government sat and looked at the details of what was happening there and the release of the much awaited letter from the Canadians. And the terms or the letter was not the most favorable. The conditions in there were not the most favorable. But we saw a possibility of improving on that letter and establishing, maybe coming out with something. So the interim government met and decided that it was time for the interim government to join those talks. And I think it was, 3 days ago that Comrade Chris had an interview with VOA expressing this will or this wish or this intention that the next phase of the talks, that the interim government was going to join those talks. And it was just yesterday that we heard of this press release from La République du Cameroon stating that they have not authorized anybody to speak on their behalf, or they are not taking part in any talks because they have not authorized anybody within La République du Cameroon to take part in such talks, thereby stating that by so saying they had called the Canadians liars. That's basically what they said. They called the Canadians liars or even clowns. That is what that statement meant. So, Esmas, I'll start with you first. Given everything that we have believed, that after the Canadian statement, we believe that La République du Cameroon was committed. What in your mind caused La République to make this turn around? What caused them to backtrack?
Thank you for that question. We need to understand that within La République du Cameroon, some people out here may think that La République is totally united. But no, within their government, you've got some people who would like this war, this useless war or senseless war to come to an end. Some people who know, even within La République, even the French people, they know that Ambazonia, the plight of Ambazonia is a just one. And they would like to see a peaceful settlement so that we can be good neighbors to each other. But within that same La République, we have some people who are happy to see people dying every day and this war going on and on and on. The faction that, personally, I believe that the faction that is for the peace talk in Canada is the faction that would like to see a peaceful settlement so that we can be good neighbors. However, the faction that does not want peace, does not want this war to end, because they have financial benefits as well as enslavement benefits keeping us. They don't want this war to end, and therefore they have forced the La République government to take the stance that they've taken within the last few days. But however, whichever stance they take, Ambazonia should be ready We need to have our teams ready. We are a peace-loving people. We've always been and we will be. Let's have our team of negotiators ready. Let's have the team Ambazonia ready and tell the world, look, we're being killed. All we're doing is defending ourselves. But we're ready to talk peace. We're ready to negotiate our separation anytime, any day. Whether just because La République put out that statement should not deter us in any shape or form. We should go ahead with setting up our negotiating, have our negotiating team ready, have our team Ambazonia ready, and anytime the international community says, people of Ambazonia, come and talk to us, we march there and say, look, call United Nations, America, force La République to come to this table and we will talk peace. Our goal is peace, not war, but we have to defend. There is something called in the natural right to defend your life. We have to defend, but while defending, we're ready to talk peace.
Okay, thank you for that statement there. Of course, we have to defend ourselves. That is a right we have. Dr. Gwembe, we know that growing up, when we used to play football, which is called here soccer, and the ball we used to have, it's not like the real soccer. You have I was made of rubber, so you can easily puncture it. So whenever you're playing the ball and the team that was found themselves receiving too many goals, and they realized that they would not be able to make up at the end of that match, they will either pick the ball and run with it, or they'll puncture the ball and say, "Oh, you see, it's because the ball was punctured," or they simply just pick the ball and run with it.
Kick it in the bush, fire in the bush, the forest.
La République, they want big ball run because negotiation don't trump past them on how now. Tell me, what is going on here?
You know, now so if you're for country now, like we for here, we for US, since a lot of people then get their own equipment for here, so plenty of people they go bring ball for field. So for here, the synonymous example to that is La République brought their ball to come and play against us. We're winning. They got mad and they say, "Miss, I do me with my ball when I know we'll play again." No. So what do we Ambazonians do? We're Ambazonians because we are a very industrious people. We don't rely on anyone to develop our part of the country. We are super educated. Look at the gentlemen on this stage. Look at the host. Look at the president of our country. Look at the different organizations, groups, movements, town halls, the leadership and the members of all these different Ambazonian factions that we have. These are a very capable set of people. Look at the people who founded our country. So when Lara says that they're going with their ball, Ambazonians say, we have our own ball and we are going to continue and do what we need to do so that the world, the international community sees that, you know what, this international game that we played, that got Ambazonia stuck with that useless country called French Cameroon. It was a mistake, and we are going to give these people their country, irrespective of what French Cameroon says. If you ask me, right, what went on in French Cameroon is that when they came to that Canada process, and other people have said this, so this is not a new idea, they came and they met Ambazonians willing to work together. If you all have noticed, starting from former President Aaron Mayanta, and even in particular with Comrade Chris, there has been a tone of seeking reconciliation. There has been a tone of finding a way to build a coalition and to find compromise. If you listen to our brother Comrade Chris, if you even listen to Dr. Yabacho, and you even listen to some of the other leaders, John Bakro, you hear that tone coming from them. So when La République went into that Canadian space like that, and they saw Ambazonians showing that they could work together, they became confused because this divide and rule nonsense that they've been successfully doing against us, and as a matter of fact, they're even doing it against opposition parties in French Cameroon right now as elections are coming up. They realized that it wasn't going to work. And now, as you even saw Comrade Chris's speech yesterday, now that it was looking that the Canada process actually had some substance. He made an appeal to the brothers who are already there, thanked them for the work they have done, and it's indicating a roadmap of what we Ambazonians can do together to make this thing successful. And La Republique du Cameroon is scared shitless of Ambazonia because they see us united. That's what the issue is.
That and to your point, which is one of the very critical points that we have to talk about, this whole thing unraveled because La Republique, what they do best is divide and conquer. That is what they did to make the opposition in La Republique completely useless. They made sure they created, imagine in La Republique, you have 200 and something political parties. You can't even, 200 and something political parties. They created their own, every minister has his own political party. So they watered down, they put so much water in the soup that it has no taste anymore. So they were hoping to do that to the Ambazonians in Canada. They went there thinking that, we have criticized them severally, but we were giving them a spine, we were giving them a backbone to stand up to this nonsense. And I'm glad that they listened and they did the right thing. But they went there and they thought that they will split them so that they can go in there now and select one person, give him some money, go there, select this one, give him some money, and before you know it, the whole thing will be a mess. But they were shocked that they could not succeed, especially with the new energy coming that in the days ahead, we may not even be, they may not even be the ones negotiating, that we may find experts who will negotiate on our behalf. They saw that there was that window was closing in fast. So, Dr. Epa, have Ambazonians finally learned to be impervious to this divide and rule disease that has affected us for so long? Are we now impervious to it?
I think before I answer that question from Remai, SOS Max said something about two camps in La Republique. I'll tell you one thing that the two camps you think about. There's no camp which is for peace or for justice. The camp that went to Canada wants peace to be returned to Cameroon on their own terms. They hope that the leaders who went to Canada, the Ambazonian leaders who went to Canada, and were going to be, fighting against each other. And in fact, they saw that, especially those who signed the document, as the Canadian reported, were going to be separate from other leaders who were not there, like President Chris Anu, people like Bo Herbert, and others who were not there, Dr. Emma Osong and the rest. They thought that's what they thought. But when the president came out and made a declaration that the interim government would be there, things started changing in La Republique. Well, because if even the La Republique that went, the faction that went to Canada, they were hoping that is the card they were going to play, and finally we'll have independence. No, we will not have independence. We'll have something like some type of federation, or something like the Canadian something, where they are still in control, where Ambazonia will still be under La Republique. That has been the aim of Nkunda's team or faction. Then you have another faction who do not even want anything like peace or justice. Of course, the two sides do not even want justice anyway. The two sections in La Republique do not want justice. One side want peace, that is Nkunda's faction. Then the other faction, they do not even want anything. They just want the war to go ahead. let them be able to benefit from there, kill a lot of Ambazonians so that they can be alive because they are using the blood for their sacrifices. And that is why you see confusion coming among themselves right now, because that demonic mountain that they built against Ambazonia has been broken. And that is why you see what is happening right now. It's going to be worse on them. Now, for the cause of Ambazonians, have we learned a lesson? Yes, we have learned some lesson. The lesson is that we now know that if we decide to be going there as groups, we are going back to the trap that La Republic set for us. We better understand that all the Ambazonian groups take note. If you don't want independence, tell us directly that you don't want independence. In the days ahead, we are going to see the groups that will say no. I want to be on my own. Then the Ambazonian people will know. They will hold that person, that group responsible.
Accountable. Yeah.
Yeah. They will hold that particular group responsible for anything that is wrong in this struggle. We know what has happened.
Dr. Epa, to your point there, the fundamental thing is that La Republique knows very well that they are wrong. That when it comes to the things they have done against the people of the Southern Cameroon and Ambazonia, I don't see how they can stand in any fair debate or negotiation and justify the way they have treated the people of the Southern Cameroon. I don't think that is possible. So I think fundamentally, the reason they are running away, I believe, is because the things they have done are indefensible. The things they have done against us are indefensible. Dr. Ngwembe, am I wrong here? Because I know that they are, when they look at it and they realize that they decided to do away with the federal structure of government. Then later on, they decided to do away even with the United Republic of Cameroon, which was fraudulently imposed on us. And given the fact that they have marginalized us, they have been leading and ruling us for 60 years now. We have all the promises that they have made have been broken. So how do they now go to any negotiation table and justify the reason for us being together, given that we have got the short end of the stick all this while? Dr. Ngwembe, isn't that one of the very fundamental reasons why they are always running away from the negotiation table? Because they know fundamentally they are wrong, because there is a person who is guilty that runs away from going to court, right? Dr. Ngwembe, isn't that the reason?
You know what the funny thing is, Tom, Mike? I don't know if you all, you all are probably a little older than me now, or maybe I'm your senior on this panel. But you all can remember the artist called Sam Fantomas, and he had this song called Sabina. Yep. And there's a part in that song where I always adjusted to say, Je préfère Paul Biya vivre sans toi. That's where Ambazonia is right now. We prefer to live without Paul Biya. That's just where we're at. We've been at that for 60 plus years. But the unfortunate thing was that we were trying to use words to get out of a bad situation, where what we really needed, and unfortunately we didn't have access to it back then, was the equipment and the financial resources and people who were in the diaspora and in Ground Zero who could make our ultimate aspirations a reality. Ambazonians have learned a lot of lessons. We know who French Cameroon is. We know that they do not value us. We know the type of tricks that they're playing. My only hope is that the international community will also recognize the type of tricks that La Republique is playing, and they will find different tools that they can remove from the international tool bag that will pressure French Cameroon and those representatives inside the French Cameroon government who are a stumbling block to peace, that they will sanction some of these individuals. I mean, they, as a matter of fact, it don't start reach one way. They even get for start for 30 guys and say if they no comfortable no, war crimes get for meet up that people.
Of course, with these kinds of gruesome crimes they are committing here, of course, these people should be. These people deserve the best they can have is life sentences for some of these criminals. That's the best they can have, or else they should face a death sentence, death penalty for all this crime. Imagine taking someone's child and putting him through this kind of torture. I mean, what else do you deserve?
Chairman.
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 Yes, Esmas, let me come to you. With this, with such behavior from the Republic of Cameroon, and us knowing that fundamentally they have treated us poorly, Chairman Mas, can anyone in Ambazonia hope for anything different in the days ahead if we were to be with the Republic still? Is there any hope for anything different? If so, tell me why.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, the answer to that question is to just look back to the past 60 years and you'll see the pattern. You will get the answer there yourself. La République has never treated Ambazonians or the people of Southern Cameroons as human beings. We've been their toys. We've been their puppets. They dismantled every institution that we had. Starting from what the Germans left, the British left, they dismantled everything, or everything that our forefathers fought for. They dismantled everything. They ensured that we were slaves with nothing. We had no assets. That's what they insisted. We had no asset. We had nothing we could be proud of. Because if we have anything to be proud of, that threatens the master's position. And they did all of that. The way this man was killed is nothing new. We shouldn't be too shocked. We've seen worse things in Ambazonia, done to Ambazonians by the French Cameroon. We've seen there is no reason why Ambazonia should ever think of staying with French Cameroon. As my brother Dr. Ngwambe said there, it's not pour bien vivre, je préfère vivre sans pour bien. Je préfère vivre sans la République. I have told some people in the past that pour bien is not a problem. Because if Paul Biya dies today, another Paul Biya will come into place. Aijo was there, we thought he was bad. Paul Biya came, we thinking he's bad. We don't know the worst is yet to come. We don't want anything to do with our Republic. We want to be on our own. We want self-rule. We were an independent country. La République was independent on the 1st of January 1961 as an independent country. We got our own independence later.
1960, you mean?
No, 1960 was for La République, 1st of January.
Yes.
1960. So they were an independent country. We had our own independence, even though the United Nations made a boo-boo by saying, we're giving you independence by joining. Well, what was that? But that's a different ballgame. That's a different argument. But now, we were in a federation. La République is the one who pulled out of that federation. They pulled out. When we came into federation, there was a nation called La République, and there was a nation called, which they gave the name at that point, called West Cameroon, or former British Southern Cameroon. La République declared its independence from that federation when Paul Biya declared La République du Cameroun. So by so doing, they cut out completely from the federation, whatever was left of it. So we are independent, we are orphans.
Yes. Thank you, Mas. We have in the house now, Chairman Jackson has joined us. Good to have you, Chairman Jackson. And let me come to you. You have some inside knowledge on what has happened to this young man. But let me say here, we understand that the statement that was made by La République yesterday was as a result of the fact that they had intercepted the communication that was being transmitted, I think, from John Guterres' office to Paul Biya with regards to a statement they were supposed to make in relation to the Canada talks. And Gongo intercepted it, and that is why they quickly compared the so-called stooge communication minister to come out and make that statement, that statement was not made with the complete buy-in of the other players within La République du Cameroon. Chairman Jackson, you seem to know more about this. Can you enlighten us on what exactly happened? Since Gongo is now the big player there. I think your audio is off.
On the Canadian talks?
Yes. Yes, and the role that Gongo played in the reversal of La République's stance when it comes to the Canadian talks. How did it happen that this statement came out? We hear that Gongo intercepted the communication between John Guterres' office and Paul Biya's office, and they decided to preempt this thing and to shoot it down. Is that what happened, or is it a little bit different from what I'm narrating here?
Everything that thank you. I'm sorry for my lateness. I got overtaken by some other issues here. But let me say this: everything that I can say now is purely speculative. But there are certain facts that are true, very true. It is a fact that the Cameroon government is divided. And it's just funny that they were the people crying out there that we don't know who to negotiate with. I think we don't know who to negotiate with right now. And it's another fact that the government headed by Dion Gute, some people call him Celine Dion, is not being listened to by another faction that is headed by Ngongo. Now, they are the hardliners and they are the people that want some peace in Ambazonia. So, when you see this Bafia dance, the back and forth that is happening in La République right now, everything is possible. Everything is possible, especially when there is no captain in the boat right now. And Paul Biya has cultivated individuals that even himself right now, they are
he's not able to control.
Yes, he's unable to control individuals that he has cultivated. That's why le grand soir, as they call it in French, that grand soir, that is the after Biya, is what everybody is positioning right now. So with the talks, listen, anything that happens in that country just goes to confirm why we say that this is God-ordained revolution, because they continue to move from one unenforced error to another. They keep shooting themselves on the leg, you know. So for our government to give assurance to another government like the Canadian, to come out with a communique suddenly when they saw that the anchor man was on the air, Comrade Chris, and to say what, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It doesn't look good. I'm not going to speculate what Gongo is doing, but whoever is in control, the situation is very, very dire. It's time for us to take charge. Thank you.
And like you said, you know that communique came out when Comrade Chris was still alive. They didn't even wait for him to finish speaking. They sent out the communique when he was still alive on the air.
No, they could not.
So let me say this. Given everything that's happened, I think what we're narrating here is now history. The question now is, given the involvement of the Canadians, their commitment, the fact that they have put their reputation on the line for these talks, their foreign minister made the pronouncement about this letter acknowledging the fact that both La République du Cameroon and the Southern Cameroons have committed to this dialogue. Now, I wonder what the Canadians must be thinking. Now, what are the Canadians going to do? Has La République just slapped Canada in the face? And are they going to get away with it? Dr. Nkunda, your take on this. What do you think the Canadians are going to do now? If La République should maintain this stance that they are not coming, what will be the consequence on that? Dr. Nkunda, are you there?
No, I don't see him on the screen.
Okay. If not, Dr. Epa, if you want to take it, I see you smiling there.
Yeah, let me
something to say.
Yeah, let me take it. The Canadians are not going to take it easy. I bet you that.
And by extension, it's not just the Canadians, because we hear the UN was there as observers. So
I will come there.
Countries, yeah. So
I will come to this point here. First, the Canadians will not take it easy because they have to maintain their reputation. In order, they will not want Cameroon to outsmart them, realizing that there are those who have been spending money even during the Swiss process. The Americans or the United Nations members who were there representing UN, who were observers, I'm sure there will be a lot of pressure on Cameroon to change its course. But Cameroon, being always stubborn, after they don't even respect international organizations, they will tend to be stubborn. But what will break their bones will be when sanctions start coming up. That is when they will come. That's when they will bow down. I don't think what they have done means anything to Canada, unless Canada just want to feel that they too are just like La République, and that they have been able to run over Canada. La République has always refused even to obey the UN. Imagine this: the UN said they should release the Naira 10. They have not listened. During the Swiss, they told them to come to the negotiation table. They refused. This one Canada wrote, and it is out there to the world. If Canada decides to leave it, that is the problem.
They will look very weak. They will look very weak. Yeah.
Can I come in, please?
But for the Ambazonians, we are going to fight and make sure that they will come to the table by force. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Epa. Thank you. Yes, as well as much, we understand that the reason La République has remained intransigent to negotiations up to this time is because they are relying on their big papa, France, to cover their mess for them, to protect them. And that is what has been happening this far. My question then to you is this: will France's interference with this process be enough to allow La République to get away with this impunity that has been expressed with regards to Canada and the other partners that were present during these talks? Can France alone shield La République from any penalties that they may need to pay for this bad behavior?
Okay, thank you, Chairman Mike, for that. There is a direct quick answer to your question. Can France do it? Yes. Should France do it? No. Okay. La République, this is not the first time that La République has slapped Canada in the face, as Dr. Epa rightly said. Even during the Swiss talk, who was the main sponsor of the Swiss talk? Was Canada.
Yeah.
La République pulled out. France, using the guarantee from France that nothing will happen to you. France is one of he has the veto power in the United Nations. They have five veto powers there. France is one of them. So if France says nothing will happen to you, La Republique, don't be afraid. I will use my veto power anytime that anything wants to come up. They are. But should France do it? No. So Canada, this is not the first time. Canada needs to realize that they're dealing with a mad dog, not just not somebody with a level head, or some people with level heads. Yes, they need to know that, and when they're dealing with them, they need to take that into consideration. We should not worry too much about what La Republique does. We should get our teams ready. Any nation, America, even America, there are things that America would love to do. But because France is there, not that France is more powerful than America, but that veto power. And before you propose, you put a proposal to that house, you need to make sure you go through, otherwise you look foolish. If you know that somebody is going to veto it, you don't put it in. So they all know this. And La Republique needs to realize that we Ambazonians, when this war started, I made a statement sometime shortly when it started that we in Ambazonia, we need to fight this war as if it's Ambazonia versus against the rest of the world. And that's the attitude we need to take. Fight this war. Fight La Republique. Firepower. Put fire. Only the people who can make La Republique do anything otherwise is when we put enough firepower on the ground and their people are feeling the pain too and turn against them. Because those soldiers that they recruit are sent to Ambazonia. You kill 10,000 soldiers, they recruit them every day and send. Those people in Yaoundé don't care about those children, those francophone children that they send to come and die in Ambazonia. They don't care about them too. It's not only Ambazonian lives they don't care about. Why has Paul Biya not sent his own son to come and fight? Why is Paul Biya's son not there fighting too? They don't care. So we need to remember, firepower. We get our house ready for negotiation. The team's ready. Negotiation team, Team Ambazonia, and firepower. Those are the three things that we should focus on.
I think, thank you, Chairman. I think we have realized that a lot of interest has been generated towards, after the Canadians made the statement, there was a lot of interest coming from not just the Canadians and the international community. We heard Thibault Nagy making a statement, others making statements, and even the churches in La Republique du Cameroon, they gave their endorsement of the Canadian talks. The question then is this: with all of these parties that came in to endorse this, and La Republique has pulled back, how will the relationship be going forward between these various interest groups that were interested in seeing that there's a negotiated settlement to this conflict, and La Republique pulling back? How will the relationship be between these individuals or between these various interest groups and La Republique du Cameroon going forward? Chairman Jackson, what do you think what would the churches be saying? I know they can't come out and say anything. If they say they are apolitical, which means to me it's just complete nonsense. But they say they are apolitical. But they came out and wrote a letter, and I saw, I think, Funky Samuel, the Archbishop of Bamida in Kia, and some other Muslim clerics and Baptists and I think 2 other churches signed onto the document. What are they going to do now?
Your volume.
Okay.
You mean for the churches?
Yes, for the churches.
Yeah. Let me tell you this. This, I think it's been long that the government has not given the money. See, what do we expect from these churches? These are all people, they are so gullible. Mm-hmm. Okay, there is an investigation going on with one of the Catholic bishop that was killed in Yaoundé and thrown into the Senegal in the river. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That has not. The committee was created to investigate and report on his death. A man of God in the Catholic Church that was killed and put a note, "Je suis dans le rivière." In fact, I mean, you tell somebody's killed and say, "I'm in the river." I mean, these guys are so callous. And the church, the Catholic Church, starting from the Pope, they are so handicapped. They are writing. What are they writing? They just want to make sure that the Cameroon government know that we are still here, so that they should come and give them what they used to give them, so they can be quiet. I don't want to talk about the Presbyterian Church, because the Presbyterian Church is just as hopeless as anything you can talk about. So when these people go and sit and write, it has no teeth. They can't even remember the wordings of what they wrote, because after this, what next? Probia is still going to get his communion. Atanganji is still going to go to the church he built and give to the church. Yeah. What are they going to do? So, I think that it is just seeking for relevance. They still want the government to know that they still exist, and then they're trying to play this politics with the pews so that people should think that, oh, the church is fighting, the church is looking for the common man. Hell no, they are not looking for nobody, they're looking for themselves. Those people, in fact, some of them even have vehicles that were bought by the state and given to them to be driving.
By the government, yeah.
Are you going to buy the thing that has been feeding you all this while? I have nothing to say to them. They are just hungry people and seeking for relevance at this point, because maybe the church, the country is so broke that they have not given the money. Now they want to show up so that they show, hey, we are still here. Hey, what are you doing? Don't forget about us. That's all. I don't want to waste my time talking about the church. No. They have this movement.
Yes. You know, when they wrote that, we could not just forget them. You know, we had to mention them, because I saw their own letter and I was like, really? These are people who have been sitting here for all these years with all these killings. A lot of people even come and shoot into churches and kill their Christians in the church, and they will not be courageous enough to say anything about it.
Let me even tell you something before that. The church has been killing their own even more than what La Republic is doing. Can you explain to me why teachers are teaching poor on a salary of 30,000, and that for 10 months they don't even get paid, and some of them die without receiving anything? The church, the synod club, the synod in Boya, and the other headquarters of other churches, and the church ministers of those Pentecostal, shouting Pentecostal churches, they feed fat, and the common people bring and they die in poverty. The church is killing more than the state.
Yeah, I'm talking about the teachers, not to sidetrack from our discussion here, but what the church did was they separated the accounts, so that the money that came into the church cannot be spent to pay the teachers. That's the trick they did, so that the teachers will have to depend on whatever is collected from the school fees to pay the teachers. That's what they did. And the teachers will be suffering while the others are enjoying. Yes, coming back to our discussion here, we now know that even with the churches...
Let me make a comment about the church, please.
Okay.
Just a quick comment.
Yeah. All right.
We'll remember, if we flash back rightly, we'll remember that after La République came to our land and was burning down villages and killing people, burned down Mami Happy and the rest, the Pope still entertained Biya in Rome. The Pope entertained Biya in Rome, crowning him. After all the atrocities that his government or his gang were committing in Ambazonia, burning down villages, writing letters. The SD of Manfred wrote the first letter that people should evacuate villages and go to where? They came and burned down those villages. And the Pope still entertained him, gave him medals and all that stuff. The United Nations leader went to Yaoundé and received medals from Paul Biya. All these institutions we're talking about, thinking that they will come and help us. Hell no. We have to help ourselves.
We have to help ourselves. That's true. That's very true.
Thank you.
That's very true.
Okay, Comrade Mike, let me just add something to what Chairman Max has said. What he has said is very, very correct.
Okay, 50 seconds.
Okay. If fellow Ambazonians, all of us are Christians, some of us are Christians, some are Muslims. Those who are Christians, either the Catholic Church, I'm a Catholic, but I don't rely on the Pope or any bishop to make me go to heaven. All those bishops, popes, Pentecostal, pastors, and all that, they are not going to heaven. Going, salvation is personal. You work out your own salvation. It is written in the Bible that hear the word and do what the word says. If you go to the church, you hear what the Bible says, either the pastor or the priest or the bishop or the Pope is reading it from the Bible. Listen carefully, get the word in your head, do what the word says. That's what will make it. And you work out your salvation. All those people get money that it is church, and that is it should come and pay offering and all that. Some of the offering goes to their pocket. You have all those women there in Nigeria who don't have anything. Other women in the bushes who do not even have the part to use. Get your money and go and give it to them. God will bless you. Better than giving the money to the Pope or giving the money to the bishops, giving the money to the priest. Thank you very much.
Buying anointed oil and holy water and all that stuff. Yes, yes. The question is this: given back to what La Republique just did yesterday, and the fallout and the confusion that is going on now. So, what is next? What is next in this process? Will there be talks? Will there be no talks? What do you think is next? Chairman Mas, what do you think is next in this process?
We know that no matter how long this takes, this war or the settlement will end at a negotiating table. Whether soon or whether later, it will end at a negotiating table. Ambazonia should have their team Ambazonia ready and have their negotiating team ready, and then carry on with firepower. Okay. When La Republique has got enough fire underneath his ass, it's got enough and it's burning his testes and all the whatever, they will come to the negotiate. They'll wake up and say, hey, we haven't got a choice here. We're burning too. It's not only them burning. Let's go to the negotiating table and negotiate peace. La Republique one day, sooner or later, will want peace just as much as we do, or maybe even more. But for us, we need to be ready. We need to have our negotiating team ready. We need to have our team Ambazonia ready to show we're united. And we put firepower on the ground. We cause enough. We defend ourselves. Well, whilst we're defending, we also inflict pain on Ambazonia, on La Republique. Once those two things are happening there enough, they'll say, hey, can we talk? We say, yeah, we can talk. If you felt enough pain, come on, let's talk. We talk, we negotiate. We want to be neighbors to La Republique. Good neighbors for the matter. Yeah. But if it has to be bad neighbors, we don't care.
Yeah, as you rightly said, the fact that La Republique has jumped out of this boat, which it seems to be too hard for them, they keep jumping in and out. Like like what we call mudfish. The mudfish,
Yes.
we handle it and it's slippery. I think what Ambazonians need to do is maybe get some sand or roughen their hands up a little bit so that the next time they grab the fish, it won't be able to get out of their hands. They jump in, we try to grab them and they jump out, but they will jump back in, as you rightly said. Chairman Jackson, what are some of the things Ambazonians should do to prepare themselves so that the next time they get hold of this fish, they won't jump out again?
About the thoughts?
What should Ambazonians do to make sure that the next time they grab La Republic, they won't jump out again into the waters?
No, we don't have, I don't think we have control what they can do. Let them continue to chicken out as they're doing. Let's be focused on what we are doing. Let's try to replicate the good things we are doing and stay the course. And that is certainly going to take us to the desired end. We're not going to be distracted by the manipulative tendencies, because to me, it's always good to know what your opponent is thinking, but it's also good for you to prepare yourselves and be ready for any eventualities. You know, it's so difficult to deal with somebody that makes 2 steps ahead, 5 steps behind, 2 steps in front, and keep moving in circles. So that is on them. Ambazonians know what they want. We know what our people have been going through. Let us be truthful, let us be honest, let us be united, and let us stay the course. Let us be determined. This thing will happen. You know, La Republic has thought that they're going to tire us out, they're going to tire Amazonian out, and then they can have it their own way. They're going to divide us, they're going to divide Ambazonians, they're going to have it their own way. But sooner or later, they are realizing that the resilience is there, despite the fact that we get fragmented. But those fragments and the leaders, especially those that matter, are still they're still holding on, and we are still there. The boys from the guns are still there, so they can dance all the dance they want to dance. They are not going to change and I'm not going to advise that we should fall into their game plan. Now, let's have our own game plan. You know, this is like soccer, a football match. When you go to the pitch and you don't play what you plan, you go and you start playing the game the opponent brings to you, you will lose. So we're not going to play their game. Let's play our own game and let's
our own game. Absolutely. We need to stay focused, but most importantly, we need to be coming together and mending fences and strategizing, waiting for when they will bring the ball back into the field of play. They decided to run away with the ball, but like you rightly said, they have to come back again. That's the only way out. They cannot stay out of the pitch. They will come back again. So we have to anticipate when that moment will be. But Dr. Epa, could this be a tactical move by La Republic of Cameroon? Could this be a tactical move to distract us a little bit and then come back at the last minute? Which goes to the point that we're saying here that we have to stay focused, because La Republic will pull out now, and maybe we don't know when the next talks are scheduled, maybe March or something, and then just before March, you see them say, "Oh, but we are in again." And then if we had been distracted and we were not prepared, then we will be caught off guard, don't you think, Dr. Epa?
I think the question you have asked, that's a very good question. The question has 2 ways. The first thing is that it could be a tactical move in one way, just as you have described, so that we should relax and then they can come back. But another way is that they indeed are worried, not tactful. What they have done is that hardliner faction really does not want to go to. That's why the Nkunda took for himself with his own group to go to Canada. But Ngongo and the rest don't want it. So, but again, it could be tactical. That is what they are going to use. And within a few months or weeks, you will hear something from them saying that they are coming back only because they have been pressured, but not that they actually were just trying to do that for tactical purposes. The one thing I want to emphasize here is that the Federalists and those who are using the opportunity of this war to continue to talk about their federalism, they should better go with the La République, prepare a case for La République against Ambazonia. That is what they should do, because they are in La République. They have no problem. They are eating with La République. So they should not be making noise as if they are Ambazonians. They are not. They have never even called the word Ambazonia. They continue saying Southern Cameroon, yes, Southern Cameroon, and some say, oh, we have correct federalism. According to them, they have facts. But the facts are wrong facts. Was it good for the United Nations or for Britain and France, or let me say Britain, to say that, oh, we should join La République or Nigeria and push the agenda with France? Those are facts. But was that correct? No, it was not. Then why are you going to say, oh, they said it was a referendum? Was that referendum good? Did we want it, or it was pushed on us?
Was that really a referendum? Was that even a referendum when the answer was but a single answer in 2 languages?
Yeah. Were we supposed to have a referendum instead of just full independence? Small Gabon and the rest have independence. There were just about 300,000 people at the time. So all those federalists who claim that they know law, let them prepare a case very well for La République, and let's meet on the negotiation table. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kepa. Talking about federalists, I think we saw Agbobala endorsing the Canadian statement, right? Saying, oh, it is the right thing to do. It's time for us to sit down and negotiate. But now that La République has withdrawn, where is Agbobala to condemn it? And this is my frustration with these people. Where is Agbobala and the other federalists to come out and say, we had endorsed this thing? Why are you pulling out? Where are they now? Where are they?
Look, let me just say something a little bit. Let me just say something a little bit. Agbobala was pressing it because he felt that those who went there and those who went there were fragmented. They went and signed that bill separately as groups. So they knew that other groups were not there, this interim government, and therefore maybe they could manipulate and then go back, and then that is when he will be talking about federalism.
Yes.
That is the mentality. That is why Agbobala was supporting it. He was not supporting it because he actually was independent. He thought that within that time...
Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. They knew that the game was...
Let me say, let me come in, please.
Is that Chairman Jackson? Chairman Jackson, can you address it? Okay. Go ahead then. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. This thing about federalism, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. This thing about federalism is a cover-up so that we can stay part of La République, forever. I remember the days when Bala and Niba Fontaine were picked up, how we used to demonstrate in London. We were not demonstrating as federalists. We were demonstrating as Ambazonians. We even went to we even climbed on the pole, the flagpole in London, in the embassy, and in the La République embassy, and we brought down the flag and put a flag up with 2 stars. The British police actually came that night. But when they were eventually freed, I've asked the question, does Bala stand for a one-state federation, two-state federation, four-state federation, or 10-state federation? I've never got an answer. Yes, the reason why Bala would have been supporting the Canadian talk, you know, when you look at your opponent, you look and there is their main star player, you get wing of some information that their main star player is not coming, or maybe 2 or 3 of their main star players are not coming, they're sick. You say, oh yeah, let's go and play the match. And on the day of the match, you see them, they show up in the field, and you start weighing in your pants. That's where Bala found himself, because he thought, oh, the interim government, this interim government will not come. The other ones are fragmented, and he can deal with them, or he can bully them, or he can overshadow them and let federalism win the day. But when he saw the hardline, the people like Comrade Chris saying, "I'm coming there," we started coming out from his pants. So yes, that's why he cannot speak now. But if he can speak, let him come and tell us. Let him give us his reaction to this withdrawal from La République, from the talks that he endorsed. That he said, yes, it's a good thing. Is he for federalism or not? Were the talks good or not? Let him talk.
Well, they won't say anything now. They won't say. They will sit there and chicken out. Yes. Let us. We have. I think we've covered as much as we may talk about this. We cannot actually predict what lies ahead. Especially though we know that eventually, La République will come to the table, whether they like it or not. They will eventually come to the table. But what I have to say is this: in line with what we have said, that one of the things we have to do now is maintain firepower on the ground. There is a fundraiser coming up this weekend on Sunday. It was previously scheduled for Friday, but we got a feedback from many of our comrades that it is good to put it on the weekend so that they will be able to attend. And we heeded their request and pushed the date ahead from Friday to Sunday. So, fellow Ambazonians, if you are listening, know that the fundraiser is now on Sunday at 7 p.m. Amba time, right? Chikemamas, I think it's 7 p.m.
7 p.m. Amba time, correct.
Yes. So we will be live both on Zoom and on here, right here on ABS TV, to conduct that fundraiser so that we maintain firepower on the ground and continue to light the fire under La République Cameroon to make sure that they absolutely come to the negotiation table. That is the only way we're going. That is how we have brought them this far. Remember, they said they will never even talk to terrorists. They call us terrorists. When they are the ones terrorizing people and killing them in broad daylight, they call us terrorists. The gruesome things they do, we have never done any of those things. So, Chairman SOS Mas, you are in charge of finance. Can you enlighten Ambazonians how this fundraiser will be conducted and what they need to do to take part in it?
Thank you very much. I have been waiting for this part of the show for long. Yes. Fellow Ambazonians, the fundraiser has now been moved to Sunday to make it easier for all of us. Those people on ground zero who are busy during the days, during the working days, all over the world, people who are busy from Monday to Fridays, and we understand that Saturday they go and do their shopping if they can to prepare for the following week. Sunday then leaves us with Sunday, which is the quietest of the days. So let's all come together on Sunday and support the fundraiser. This fundraiser is to raise funds so that we can use to force La République to come to a negotiating table. We're going to have our negotiating team ready. We're going to have our team Ambazonia ready to negotiate for our freedom. But if La République keeps pulling out like this, we all understand that the only tool that we can use to get them there is firepower. So come on Sunday to support firepower. But let's not wait till Sunday, comrades. If you have your support, you have a friend who is a chair of an LGA or a financial treasury or anybody in the cabinet or anyone you can rely on, and you want to stay anonymous, please, please, please pass your contribution to them and tell them that you are contributing to set Ambazonia free, but you don't want your name to come out there, and we'll keep it that way. When they make the fundraising, you will be acknowledged in the anonymous quarters. No one will know, your details will never go out. If you want to contribute your money directly to the National Treasury and you want to stay anonymously, you can do so also, and your details will never be compromised. It's not like in the past, but I don't want to go there, but just know that your details will never be compromised, except you want your name to come out so that they can know that you contribute. Then we can put your name on the list that people will see. But otherwise, you will remain in the anonymous folder and nobody will ever know you. You know you. The person you put your money through will know you, and that's it. But this fundraiser starts on Sunday officially at 7 p.m. Amber time. But I've said it started already unofficially. You can give your money to your LGA chair, to your county chair, to any leader. A lot of us are leaders. You can give your monies to us and instruct what you want your money. If you want your money for humanitarian purposes, and I'm calling on people, there's some people who do not want to give their money just for firepower. That's fine. Give your money and say, look, this is my money and I want it for humanitarian. Help the injured, the internally displaced, the refugees, the women who have been raped, all those people, people living in the forest. Give your money for that. Don't shy away, and your money will not be used for firepower. However, if you give your money for firepower, we will use it for firepower. We're calling on every Ambazonian. There should be no excuse to say, well, I'm not funding that your war. We have got injured people whom we can treat. We've got people in prison. We've got people in hospitals. We've got people in refugee camps. We've got women who need orientation because they have been displaced. Their farms that they used to go to, they can't go to anymore. They need some training and orientation. Please, so come help this government to look after all these classes of Ambazonians that I've just mentioned. They're there. Then plus our boys who are defending homeland. They're there sleeping in the bushes. They don't have any food to eat. They don't have granules, sticks, sugar canes. Support them. They're also injured. They need treatment. So please, there are many avenues that we can help. So let's with the payment platforms, we're going to post them tonight. I haven't got them here with me where I'm sitting, but we'll make sure they go live tonight. The next ABC, the next ABS show, we'll have them there for you. Yes. So thank you very much, and I hope you hear the sound of my voice and join in between now and Sunday to do your pledge. Yes, we understand Sunday is not the exact end of the month. If you think you'll get paid at the end of the month, the last day of the month or the first day of the following month, pledge on Sunday and pay, redeem by that week, the following weekend, that will still be fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I hope Ambazonians are listening and that they will come out in their numbers on Sunday to chip in so that we can push La Republique to finally get over the hump, to grow some balls and come sit down and talk. I don't know why they're chickening out. I thought they were very brave, but they're chickening out. They're scared to come and sit down with Ambazonians to discuss. So I will just give each of my panelists 1 minute to summarize your thoughts, and we'll call it a day here on ABS TV. So please, Dr. Epa, 1 minute to summarize your thoughts for the day, message you have from Ambazonians, please.
Ambazonians, thank you very much for listening to us. The only two things I will say for you to do is for you to stay calm, continue to support the firepower, support the movement. All what we want is a free, independent Ambazonia. We know that you are going through a lot of problems. Your businesses are gone. You have nothing at this moment. Many of our people are living in bushes. Even their food crops have been cut down by the enemy. Those in refugee camps are suffering. We understand that. Those in prisons, there are a lot of prisons which we don't even know. They have different cells, even quite near the Prime Minister's office in Boya, where there are mass graves around there. We all understand. Some of us understand it. And we just have to remain focused and continue to support our boys who are fighting genuinely. Genuinely. There are some who might not be fighting genuinely. We want to discourage those boys and young women who are fighting. Be brave. We pray for you. God is going to continuously bless you. Don't give up. No one should tell you to put down your arms. Don't do it because the enemy is going to kill you. All what they want now is for them to make sure that everything is over. They'll wait for about a year or 2 or 3 years when international community and everything is cooled down. Then they come there and wipe you out and collect all their land. They live in a land which is mostly with red soil. They have mostly cassava. Their land is not fertile. God decided to give us a very fertile land and a lot of natural resources. So we have to defend all that. If you are not fighting, don't blame anybody tomorrow when the independents come. Because those who are fighting now are going to be in the army, even their children and their families will be compensated. Even when they die, the government of Ambazonia is going to compensate them, just like in the United States. And so, stay focused. Stay focused.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Epa. Thank you. Chairman Jackson, your final thoughts, please. 1 minute. Chairman Jackson, are you there? SOS Mass, please go ahead.
Thank you. Our fellow comrades, Ambazonians, our fighters, the generals, the FMs, the foot soldiers, everyone, I give you 21 gun salute. You're doing a great job, but know that we are also with you. I call upon every Ambazonian, in the diaspora especially, to come and support, to provide. There are many avenues we can support this. It doesn't necessarily need to be firepower only. If you want to come through humanitarian, there is that avenue. Think about the refugees. Think about the injured, our injured comrades. Think about the internally displaced. Think about those children who have not been able to go to school and their parents have no money. Okay, if you want to support through firepower, think about our comrades, our foot soldiers, and all those in the bushes fighting. No, they've left their homes now. If anything they used to call home is now in the forest. And they've been fighting to defend homeland. Let's support them. Come and support. We provide them with even shoes to run in the forest. Granules, sticks to defend themselves, clothing. When was the last time they bought clothes? Food. So let's support them. And to our governments, to our comrades who are in the governments or various factions, let's think about all these people I've named, and we think about Team Ambazonia. We need to put together one Team Ambazonia to go and face La République. We also need to put together a negotiating team of experts, people who are experienced in negotiating settlements around the world. They don't need to be Ambazonia, but they need to work with Team Act. We get those things together, we get the firepower together, then we will win. We will have homeland secure. Because through firepower, we will get our Republic to come to the negotiating table. Through our negotiators, we will get the best deal that we can get for Ambazonia. We promise you that. So thank you, and I look forward to receiving your support, your contributions for the fundraising that is currently started already, but it will be the big one is on Sunday. Thank you.
Oh, thank you again, SOS Mass. I think Chairman Jackson may have drifted off a little bit, so we will end here. But fellow Ambazonians, as you have heard us discuss during the program, La République's chickening out does not mean that that's the end of the road. We are sure they will come back again. So for those who never believed that we will get here one day, here it is. Here it is. Negotiations will take place. You can rest assured it will happen. So this is a time for you to get involved. For those who have never been involved in the struggle, this is a chance for you to step in. For those who had relented for whatever reason, it's a time for you to get back in. Let us join hands and finish this thing sooner. I think our people have languished out of their homelands for long enough. Let us join hands and compel our Republic to come to the table so we can finish this.